Okay. We're live. I'm on Twitch. Can hear myself. Nice. All right. Punch a message over on Discord real quick. There we go. Okay. All right. Just shot out a message on Discord. All right. Oh, True Jaxie uploaded some videos to Discord today at 4:40 a.m. So he is an OSU player. When you asked me if I said no because I didn't play. True Jaxie is definitely an OSU player. All right, he put some videos on Discord of him playing because he like with first couple tries he was doing like 100. He was popping 100 bubbles. That's pretty amazing in 30 seconds. I've never gotten to that, so that's pretty awesome. All right. Well, I'm not going to watch the videos right now, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point. Whoa, Al is here. Weemy's here too already. Wow. Sorry, I didn't look at the chat yet. Weemy first. Yep, you got it. Al, last time I was here, there was a lot of widgeting midgets. Yes. And there will be a little bit of that today, Al. There will be a little bit of that today. We finished the functionality of the widget, of our waiting widget, of our match weight widget or whatever we're calling it. I think it's a match weight widget, right? Yeah, I have it up here. Match weight widget. Yeah, so we finished that functionality-wise, but we just need to, oops, oh yeah. So if we do this, this is our match weight widget, so it's sitting there waiting for us. We started coming up with a loading icon at the end of yesterday's stream, so that's what we're working on now, and we're in the middle of some funky sine wave things, and we gotta figure out what we're gonna do with that and how to do it. All right, I just heard the beep on my coffee maker, so I'm gonna go quick refresh that, because I'm completely out of coffee. And then we'll be right back and we'll get started. We'll do an official introduction. Be right back. 1 second. We're back. Don't go anywhere. I see that someone got 105 pops and one mistake on Discord. They're getting closer to the world record. Yes, Weemy. I didn't actually watch the video yet because I just saw that right as I started streaming, so I definitely want to check that out. But yeah, and at his True Jaxie's last message there, he said, and you asked me if I was an OSU player, and I said no because I hadn't played for 1 year. Well, I just meant like by OSU player, I meant like did he actually play it and like get good at it? And obviously those skills transfer over, I think, to this. Can't wait for the hundreds of speedruns for this game. Yeah, the whole thing is a speedrun, right? Actually, that's kind of the reason why I wanted to come up with this game, because I wanted it to be more of like it's supposed to be a simple game, right? Like something that I didn't have to, I could kind of work on building out, not have like a million variables to like balance in terms of gameplay. And really like having a game like this where it's really just your own speed, that's the challenge. So that's kind of the thing that pushes you forward. So that makes it kind of a nice game, I think, for me to start out with. I'm so trash at this game when I play legit. Are you colorblind, Weemy? I can't remember. But actually, I was thinking again about, and people really seem to like, gotcha, Weemy. People really seem to like and I like it too, the struggle with green, gotcha. If we change it to 2 bubbles on screen, which is more fun. You know, if we change it to just being 2 bubbles on screen at once, so like you pop, 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 pop. Oh boy. I could like maybe hit. Yeah. 100. I can't imagine that. That's crazy. But anyway, what I was saying with the 2 bubbles on screen, now you don't even need this, and like colors kind of don't matter. So it's possible I might go with that, and then instead of even having this navigation meter at all, like we could have different colors, just for variety. Maybe. But it would be more about, it'd be more about just maybe having like some sort of indicator, just like getting rid of this color thing. Because when you play with just 2 bubbles, you don't need to look at this. You just need to know what bubbles first, and that's it. And like we could maybe just have like, even get rid of this altogether. And like 3 bubbles will come on screen if you make a mistake. So that worst case, right? Because you always have to go back. Like, so 2 are on screen now. But then if I make a mistake, I got to go back and repop that last one. So you could have it so that it's like, we just do 2 bubbles. And then 2 bubbles on screen at once. And then we just like put a little indicator on one. So it's like, that's the bubble you're supposed to pop. And we could get rid of this whole navigation thing. And it would just be like, you know, they're greens first. So there'd be like a little ring around green or something maybe. Something indicating, hey, pop this one first. And then, you know, that way like, oh, I made a mistake. I got to go back and then it's green again or whatever. So that's possible. Watch as it slowly transforms into Osu without the music. That's basically what's happening. Al. It used to be squares. My original version of the game was squares, and you didn't push a key or press anything. You didn't push a key or press anything. It was just hover over the mouse, you know. And you had to do it like, you would like click and drag too. That was the original version. You'd click. obviously clicking screws you up here, but you would click and then drag the mouse over the things in order. But it was squares instead. And they kind of fit inside of like a grid. So it was like a 4x4 grid kind of with like 5 random colored, random position squares that you had to get in the order. That was the original. What if you use shapes instead of colors? Well, Weenie, if I end up going with this mode, you don't need colors at all. You don't care. I mean, you need to know what the first bubble is to pop, but then like going forward, I don't even have to look here. I just go, I'm just following the bubbles as they pop up, right? That's all I'm doing. I'm not looking at all. Color doesn't matter at all. These could all be black, and it wouldn't matter. So I'm trying to just go for like what's kind of the most fun thing. And for whatever reason, it's just slowly turning more into Osu. But anyway, all right. What we're working on now, we're going back to we're trying to dial in our little loading thing. And you know what? I don't know if I like position for the... I don't like the wobbliness. Now that I've slept on it, I don't know if I like the wobblies. Weemy, so you just need an indication on the start one. Well, you could just have an indication all the time. Like you could just have... There'd be like a hovering ring or something. Like when you hover over it, there's a black ring. Like maybe there'd just be like a little pulsing ring around the one you're supposed to pop. And then we get rid of this thing altogether. Because currently the way the game works anyway, you can kind of not hack, but it's kind of a strategy to, if we go back to 4, a few people have told me they've already started playing where they pop these 3 first, and then they just pay attention to the order that they appear, and then they go off of that, and then they don't look at, color doesn't matter anymore, they don't do anything like that. They just go, so they go, okay, this one came next, so that's what I'm going to go after, green, so then it's like this. So like I'm not even looking at, and it's like, it's way harder to manage that, and sometimes you might need to look over if you lose your place. But like you can play without looking here, as long as you're paying attention to the order that they appear. So, yeah, that's it. I'm lost already. No worries. It's just a matter of keeping track of the order that they appear in, and then you can kind of memorize. You kind of are just paying attention to that, and then popping in that order. How insane would it be if each circle orbited around another, so when you pop one, the orbiting one stops and gets a new one orbiting around it? That would be insane, Al. I don't know if I'm going to have anything moving at this point. Just because from like a networking side of things, like with the multi... I mean, we could totally do a single player thing like that. Easy, but heck yeah, orbit math. Yeah, that's all. That's Weemy's domain there for sure. Things orbiting. I would avoid something like that right now, just from the network side of things, like for the multiplayer. I kind of want to just see what happens with, the current game and how that works, and maybe we could get to a point where we have some things that move or something. Like moving bubbles would be a pretty cool thing. For sure, I think. Yeah, I'm getting some ideas for that. But anyway, let's start looking at this thing again. And I kind of don't like this wobbly. I don't like the snake actually. I mean, it could work for something else, but I don't think I like it for the way Populus looks now. Because nothing really moves. I mean, like the bubbles. This is what I'm thinking. Like I'm thinking we just do we animate the size of the bubble, the radius of the, or sorry, not the bubble, but these little dots. So we, instead of the little snake thing, we'll just do like, we'll do a sine wave thing again, but it'll be animating the radius. It'll be changing the radius rather than the y-axis of each little dot. And obviously we don't want this many dots. That was me just kind of screwing around. Okay, so let's go to what are we looking at here? Why do I have so many files open? We don't need all these, do we? Tutorial, we don't need that. Match, we can close that. WebSockets wrap, we can close that for now. All right, so we've got countdown timer, we don't need that. Match wait screen, loading icon. Canvas wrapper, we don't need that right now. All right, so the way we're handling the loading icon thing is a little weird right now. So I want to change this back down to 3. Badger, snake. There's a lot of things you can do with the game, but if current... There's a lot of things you can do with the game, but if the current gameplay was all there is to it, wouldn't touch it for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, good to know. Good to know, Al. I've spent like 5 hours on it. There's more to it than you think. You played for 5 hours, Weemy? Is that what you're talking about? Am I understanding what you guys are saying correctly? Well, it's good feedback, Al. I appreciate that, for sure. I mean, the one-on-one, I think, will hopefully be kind of interesting. Oh, you hacked it for 5 hours. Yeah, I was going to say. Nobody would play this game for 5 hours. Except me. Ace Gamer Robbie. Sup? What's going on, Ace? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right, so let's look at our loading icon here. So instead of, I don't know how I feel too much about this actually. All right, so let's go to we're back to our 3 dots again, and I spent a bunch of time trying to dial these in. And I think we've got. Let's switch to doing. Initial Y. Let me just add a plus 20 here quick. All right, so let's try to get rid of the little up and down, the little vertical wave, and let's try to do like a size based wave instead. Oh yeah, actually we don't need to do. All right, so let's start val 0, end val. All right, so what we want to do is we want to come here. We're going to do a new end val, and we're going to do R times 1.1 maybe. So we scale it up 10%, basically, is what we're going to do. Actually, we don't need to put this in a variable then. We're just going to do N val is r times 1.1. Okay, so we're gonna have the bubble scale up 10% and shrink. It'll go somewhere between 10% and 110% to 90%. It'll like fade in between that size. Did you read my message on Discord, by the way? Oh, yeah. I saw that, Weemy. I saw that. Yes, that's pretty cool. I like it. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to respond to you there. I've actually been working on like a little command line BRB thing. So I appreciate the offer, but I think at some point I'm going to be diving back into that. I kind of like half finished my little command prompt ASCII art animation for Be Right Back. But no, I appreciate that offer, Weemy. That's pretty cool. How did you do that? Or what did you do to make that, by the way? Out of curiosity. All right, so okay, so r times 1.1. Yeah, this is good. Wait, is this what we want? Yes, this is, because it'll do the negative. It'll do the, or wait a minute, actually, this might be really bad. Well, okay, let's try. Let's try this here. So instead of, we're going to do a new onTick function here. And we're going to do val circle pose.y equals initial y plus val. Yeah, actually, I don't think I'm doing this. No, this isn't right. It needs to be like, ooh, actually, okay, we need to do 0.1. That's what we need to do. And then we're going to do, okay, so then circle.size.r is going to equal, it's going to plus equal. I guess that'll just plus equal. Or wait a minute. All right, let's see what happens here if we do that. Whoops. Ooh, okay, that's bad. We have some negative radii going there. That's breaking everything. We're kind of getting what we want there, but we can't have negative radius. Shaders, nice. I borrowed existing things, patched it together, so I can only take 10% of the credit. 90% is open source. Nice. Oh, that's pretty cool, though. That's all in the browser, then, with WebGL? Yep, nice. Okay. All right. Yeah, okay, I need to think more about what I'm doing here. Because we want to, okay, start value is 0. Yeah, or actually, I think this might be our problem. So we want to do R. Actually, we can just use R. Size is R. That's the initial R then. We can do equals, R plus val. That's what we want, I think. Yes. Okay, that's much better. 10% might be a little too. Maybe that's a little too small. Let's bump it up a bit there. 20% maybe. Yeah, I like that better. I don't know if. Let's just try it even more dramatic just to see. Go like 0.4. Yeah, maybe that's not bad, maybe. Now it's got a little 3D effect to it. Is this what we want, though? Maybe let's add a fourth. Let's add a fourth point. Actually, let's add a bunch of points for fun. Ooh. That's cool, but that's not what we want. Yeah, so now we're seeing a sine wave right there. That's cool, but that's not what we want, I don't think. It's a little too dramatic. All right, so let's go back to 3, I guess. Let's go back to 3. And then let's try to line it up. Let's get rid of this plus 20. All right, so scale-wise, or we should be on the right y-axis there, but we need to do the correct x-axis thing. And I actually already... Whoops. There we go. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I know, we just started. We've only been going 26 minutes, but it's the way it is. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. Okay, so trying to think about how I want to... We need to line up. So we need to take... We need to actually put this, position this the way we want it right now. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, we are close. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. I know what we need to do. Actually, we did actually finish this. We need to pass in message text width. Oh. Message text.pose.x. All right, so we've got our loading icon. We're passing in the position. Yes, actually, this needs to be this plus message text dot measure text. That's got to be what it is. I think that'll do it. Nice. Okay, that's what I meant to do before. All right, so there we go. That is pretty much all we need. The only problem is... Okay, no, we need loading icon to be its own thing. But we need to figure out a way. Maybe we can do size screen. Maybe we can... We can do const loading icon. Const loading icon up here. But then instead of passing this in through the create, we initialize everything. We could just do set offset x maybe for the loading icon. Maybe we could have a function set offset x. Offset x. All right, and we need to do a couple extra things here with our loading icon actually. We'll just say dots. Or we're going to say, let's see, const dots equals that. And then we're going to do for each thing. Weemy, sadly my time has come. You gotta head out? No worries, Weemy, if that's what you're saying. Hey. Thanks for hanging out, Weemy. I appreciate it. Yeah. I always do. If you're still live when I'm done, I'll pop in before bed. Hey, whatever works for you, Weemy. Whatever works. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out for the beginning here. Maybe we're going to do this. I guess we're going to create an array for circles and an array for animations. Const animations, anims, we'll say, equals an array, and we're going to push these in. Oops. Oops, anim. Weemy, throwing hearts. Throwing your heart back, Weemy. Here you go. I couldn't lift my arm high enough because it's under my mic stand here. All right. Okay, so we're pushing on these things here, and we're gonna pass in circles and anims. And then we're gonna say we're gonna have circles and anims, and we're gonna say this dot circles equals circles, this dot anims equals anims, and then we are going to have a destruct method. Where do I normally put the destruct? Down here. Destruct. We're gonna call super.destruct, and we are going to do this dot circles dot for each circle, and we're gonna call circle dot destruct, and same thing but for animations, anim, and anims. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, super dot. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. Okay. So, yeah, I think this is kind of good. Well, I guess we are gonna need like a resizing event listener thing. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the same. We're gonna have to do the same thing. So actually, the set offset x is maybe we're not gonna need that, because we started doing this new thing for the match weight screen, which was really awesome. It allows it to scale kind of automatically. Oops, anim.push is not a function. Anims.push. Oh, anim. Yeah, okay, that's annoying. All right. Okay, so it's off to the side now, but everything here scales now, because what we did was we have one method that sets all the sizes, and that gets called once to set everything up, and then we pass that function, not a method, we pass that function in, and then all this stuff resizes based upon that, which I think is cool. So, all right. So, Okay. So we need to do this dot event listeners, and we're gonna do an event of window resized, and the listener is going to be actually the listener is going to be, what do we call that? Set size in the match on window resize. That's what we call it. On window resize. So we do that, and then all we do is set that here. Brilliant. Okay. All right. So need a semicolon there. All right, on window resize. So we're gonna specify that function. All right, we need to do, let's see here. We need to first set up, okay, we do an initial loop. Okay, I guess we'll need to loop twice. We'll need to do an initial loop to just create these new circles. So we'll do, what we're gonna do, I think we're gonna move this up. We're gonna have a circles and animations array, and we're gonna initialize some empty arrays. So we're gonna do whoa. Gotta find the home row there. Mave's beacon. Need some help. All right, so we'll leave 3 just kind of hard-coded here for right now. And we're gonna do const. Yeah, okay, we will do const circle. Const circle equals new circle, and we are going to do size r, and I kind of want to do an explicit pose, an explicit color x 0 y 0. So we're doing these kind of default initial positions here, and we're gonna do if I omit these, will they initialize to 0? Let's look at that. Drawable. No, they don't. That might be something worth. No, we can't. Well, actually, we could maybe do that. Because it's kind of, now that I'm going to be kind of following this pattern of initializing stuff to 0, maybe we could just build that into, like, if we don't pass a size object here, we could just have it be 0. So if we don't pass an object that's a property called size that's has an object that has a property called r with a 0, it just initially does that. Trujaxi, hey, have you watched my recordings? No, I haven't. I just saw them this morning, right as after I started streaming. Trujaxi, but I will check them out at some point. But that's pretty awesome. Actually, let's just do it right now while we're here. Wow. Nice. That's awesome. Nice, nice. Yeah, and I saw your, that's crazy. I played because my friend, and you said you played on a graphic tablet. Nice. Yeah, and I said, I asked you if you were an Osu player, and you said no, but you did play Osu at one point. Nice. No, that's awesome, True Jaxie. Blue Exabyte, what's up, Joanna? What's up, Blue Exabyte? Thanks for hanging out. For anyone here, maybe new, I've got a Discord, and True Jaxie posted a couple. Anyone can join the Discord. It's open. True Jaxie just posted a couple videos there early this morning of him popping over 100 bubbles in 30 seconds, which is crazy because I think my record's maybe like 82. So that's pretty awesome. And you can check those out there under the Populus section on Discord. Under the general section on Populus, I think. Is that where it was? Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. Since you were an Osu player, True Jaxie, if you're still hanging out, you got any feedback for the game? Like just honest feedback. Like, is it feel good to play? Is it kind of boring? Could it be better? Because as somebody who obviously has skill with moving a mouse to circles fast, yeah, I'd be interested in any feedback you've got. All right, so we are okay. So, all right, we're trying to kind of refactor the way we've got these loading icons going. Because we did it just kind of the messy way, like let's just get something on the screen and kind of see how it looks and see what we like. It's amazing. I played for 2 hours, but I didn't play Osu on mouse, so IDKY got that high. Wow. Well, I'm glad you think it's amazing. 2 hours. Wow. Gotcha. Nice, nice. Well, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And I don't know if you were around for when I was talking yesterday about. I will bring this up real quick since you're here. I changed the bubbles on screen to just 2. And then that way, it's actually a lot more like Osu now. Now you don't even like need to look at the colors at all here. And maybe when you play, you weren't already doing that. But basically, it's only going to show 2 on screen unless you make a mistake. So like from here, it's pretty easy to just kind of like, you know, just keep going. And I'm sure I already set like much higher scores. Well, not much higher. I got like 90, 91 maybe. But I'm sure you would, you know, you'd probably easily, you know, you could probably get 120, you know, with this kind of thing. Because now, like with this, playing this way, you just don't even need to look here at all. It's just, now at this point, it's basically Osu without the music. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh. Oh, these small ones are killer. Ah! Bunch of small ones, right? Oh my goodness, what's up with all these small ones? All right. I'm better than this. I'm better than this. Come on. There's so many small ones. 52, that's awful. All right, anyway, I'm not going to keep playing. But with the casual score flex. Nice. Well, you should see True Jaxie now. He got 100. I've never even gotten close to 100 in 30 seconds with the normal 4 bubbles per screen, or 4 bubbles on screen at a time. Like I could get maybe 80. 82, I think 82 is the highest. It's the highest I remember. I got 91 yesterday with just 2 bubbles on screen. So switching between the 2 and the 4, I kind of like the 2 just because of how fast it is, but yeah. Anyway, all right. So we're looking at the our loading screen here, our loading icon. So I've got these little guys here, which I don't know if this is quite the style I'm looking for yet, but we'll see. We can play around with a bunch of parameters and everything. But we're trying to just refactor now the setup code for the loading icon. Okay, so what we want to do, we're going to have this initial loop to just load empty circles. So each of these is a circle object. And we're looping 3 times to generate 3 of them. And we want to do, I guess, actually, circle. We initialize every circle. Yeah, we'll initialize every circle, and then we need an animation as well for every circle. And, okay, so we've got circle.init, and we want to do circles.push circle. And then we are going to do an animation as well. Now, actually, I said here I'm going to do an explicit color. We're going to do an explicit import color from color.js. New color R0, G0, B0. If we ever change our color format, I think we're gonna maybe want this. Now, you know what? There's a bunch of stuff that I do that's black that we'll handle all that when we get to it. If we do change something. You should add a leaderboard or something. I think it'd be cool. Yes, Blue Exabyte. Definitely planning on adding at least like a ranking thing, because the game's going to be one-on-one, so I'd like to maybe just have like a scalable kind of ranking thing, rather than, I mean, there might be like an actual leaderboard too, but it will be one-on-one. That's kind of like the big thing, or it will be one-on-one, and it'll probably be, each player will, in a one-on-one match, will be popping the same bubbles, the same colors and everything, their own copies of the same exact bubbles. And then And then then I'll probably do kind of like an ELO. I'd like to do like an ELO ranking kind of thing. Like in chess, that sort of thing, or in other games that kind of have a one-on-one kind of setup. I mean, I guess you can use ELO with things that aren't one-on-one, but maybe, or there's probably some sort of variation. Okay, so let's okay, this is good. We're going to need to initialize a blank animation 2. I mean, well, actually, not technically blank, because we want to set a couple properties to actually something. So like the duration, we can do that. We can do max dir. Set that to 1,000. Okay, and then start value can be 0, because it's always going to be 0 anyway. End val, I guess we just set it to 0. End val. Because the end val is going to be our new scaled radius. So at this point, we have no idea what the radius is supposed to be for the bubble. Right now, our radius is 0 for the circle. Or not bubble, I'm saying bubble now. So we need to animate the radius of these little circles, right? So we don't know what our target radius, our target animated value is supposed to be yet at this point. So we're just kind of doing some empty shell setup initialization of this stuff. So we'll just do an end val of 0, I guess. Yeah, start val, end val 0. The max duration we can actually set, because that's something that doesn't change based upon the size or anything. So this will be something we can plop in right from our configuration file. Now, this is just a little annoying here. So let's see here. What else do we need? Oh, this stuff we can set. Destruct on elapse, repeat on elapse. That stuff will never change, so that's good. We need the equation. The equation actually. What happens if I leave equation blank? Animation. Equation, params.equation. Okay. Now we actually need to specify something here. So we'll just do t. We'll just do a linear thing here. We'll do on tick and then equation. On tick is, yeah, we don't know what this is yet. So on tick is going to be. Wait a minute. This isn't going to work. Um, all right, sorry. This is just kind of something tricky here. I'm really trying to think exactly how we want to do this. Yeah. So I'm trying to do this clever thing where what we did yesterday, where we set up, we basically like set up our objects and then initialize them with like zeros. So like for our match weight screen, we've got a text component here. We've got this text component, which is like a smaller size and position and everything. And we've got a button here, right? And like, oh, yeah, we've got an issue. Let me go down here. All right, so stuck in the middle of stuff here. But basically, we set it up to have some nice resizing things. So like we have a create method for our match weight screen, and that's where we set up our individual components here, the message text, the subtext, the practice button. And then we basically set all those up with positions and radius and sizes to 0, right? We just kind of initialize them all to 0. And then we have a function here that we create inside of, so again, we're in just this static create method of a match weight screen. And we have this, we create this function called size screen. And we basically then, inside of this function, actually do all of like the setting up of the sizes and positions of everything on the screen. And then we call it once immediately in the setup. And then we pass the size screen function to the match weight screen. So we call it initially to like actually put everything on the screen in the correct positions and sizes. Then we pass that to the match weight screen object. So then that comes in through our constructor here, which we're calling this on window resize. And then we could set up an event listener for the match weight screen that calls this on window resize. And basically it reruns this function, which recalculates all the sizes of everything, which is pretty cool. But the one thing where it's not really going to work super well is now with our loading icon thing, where because we again, we're trying to like initialize this stuff first. So we do loading icon, whatever. And then you know what? Actually, I think I might have an idea. But I'm going to grab some more coffee. We'll be right back in a second here. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay. So, so, I just thought kind of something here, maybe. What if... Okay, so we've got a little bit of a catch-22 thing going on. So we set up a new loading icon, and we call loading icon.create to actually set that up. But the problem is our loading icon create needs like some positions here in order to create things properly. But we don't really... We can't... This isn't going to work because we don't have the pose, X, and everything here. Those are all 0. So that's why when we set this up right now, actually it doesn't even work. Yeah, never mind. Stuff's broken. So those positions of the loading icon bubbles are off to the left, like they're not in the right position yet. Because we haven't yet calculated all the right positions for like our message text object here. So we've kind of been following this pattern of setting up our each component of the screen. We've got our message text, our subtext, the practice button. We've got the loading icon. But since the loading icon is more complicated, it's not just a simple text object or button object. It's a entity that has like a couple sub-entities in it. So we kind of need to like almost split our loading. Like we can have our create method, our static create method for the loading icon. But I think we need like another function that's actually going to, like we could almost have like an on-window resize function that we actually declare like here, this dot on-window resize, and then, whoops, we actually like maybe do all the sizing in here. Trying to think what would be the best way to really do that. Oh, this must have been right at the end. Well, we've got Populus 00 as a follow. So Populus 00, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And Cool Boy Jedi subscribed. So Cool Boy Jedi, that's awesome. Really appreciate the sub. Really do. So that must have been right as we went offline yesterday. Actually, I thought I saw Populus follow before that, but I don't know. Maybe the order here gets screwed up. But I'll be sure to thank them in person if they make themselves known. What if we do this? What if we do setup sizes? What if we call that? What if we do setup sizes? We get rid of this. We don't need a function anymore. And we do this dot setup sizes. And then we can call setup sizes. So we can maybe do this part. So we can set up we can do anim.init, and we can do anims.push anim. So we do all of this in our create method. And this is actually be all we really need to do in the create method. And then we do all of this stuff like in the... Yeah, we could do all of this stuff like inside. But we have that on tick thing. We can't change the tick. If we don't specify an on tick. Wait a minute. Maybe we could change it later. Okay, we say on tick. And then tick calls this dot on tick. So if we change this dot on tick, does it work? We had this issue before, and I can't remember. To do curder just keeps going up if destruct on elapsed equals false. If we change this dot on tick, is that should be fine. All right. Let's just try it and see what happens. All right, so let's continue. We're going to just set, we're going to not pass anything else. Our equation needs to be, what happens if we change the equation actually? Gross sack of sacks. Are you a pro Node.js developer? Gross, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I mean, I use Node.js at work. I mean, I wouldn't really necessarily call myself like an expert or anything with it, but I mean, I can get my way around with it. About your to-do, maybe use cancel request animation frame. The thing is, I'm not using, I'm using request animation frame. I think maybe you're talking about this to-do, maybe figure out a better way to, or figure out a better way to pause, I think you might be saying, looking at. Well, I don't actually. So what I have here is a timer. We're looking at my timer object right now, which is actually, it's something that gets used in a bunch of places. So there might be a bunch of timers running at once for different things. So like if I have anything in my game that's animating or whatever, that's using a time, or an animation is a timer. So it's got, basically, there could be a bunch of timers going on at once is kind of, so I can't really do something like cancel request animation frame to just like straight up pause everything. But I understand what you're looking at, what you're talking about there. Yes, so I don't remember if we can change the onTick method of our timer. I don't know if we can do it. I thought we tried to do it before and it didn't work, so I might actually have to like maybe change that. It should work. But I guess it doesn't work. And I know we had an issue where we were trying to get it to work and it wasn't. Oh. Okay. All right, let's try... well, wait a minute here. Maybe we could figure out a way to get around it. Actually, no, I don't think we can. I don't think we can. Because let's look at what we need. Because we need the radius of the circle. Or wait a minute. The circle radius equals this R value plus value. So, and this, that we need, like we could change the circle size R here. That's fine. That would still be doing that. That part would still work if we set it beforehand. But this R here needs to be computed based upon the size of the screen. So this is something that needs to come later. We can't initialize. We don't have that value yet. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna move all the sizing stuff up out of this static create method here. We're gonna move all that out. And we're going to move it into this setup sizes method that we're creating here. This like anonymous arrow function we're creating on the fly here. And we don't. Okay, so now we can change. Actually, now we could just do like a for each circle and we can take the corresponding animation, I guess. Or should we just do the for loop? I guess we could just do the for loop. Let's do a for each. So we'll do we will do a for, or this dot circles dot for each, and for each circle. We're gonna have a function here. What am I doing? All right, there we go. All right, so for each circle, and then we've got the I, which will give us the access to the animation, the corresponding animation for that circle. So we can do, yeah, we do this initial setup up here, and then we're going to do, actually, yeah, all of this stuff. This is the one thing we need to figure out, which I guess actually we could probably pass in through setup sizes, x offset. Ooh, I just thought of something. Because we want to reuse this loading icon for our... We want to reuse... I wish I could show it right now, but I can't because everything's probably broken. Yeah. Wish I could show it right now, but we're going to be reusing that loading icon for our, like... We're at the loading screen. You see the loading icon. But then if you decide to practice while you're waiting for a match... we need to reuse that little loading icon in the match weight widget. So the little thing off to the side of the screen that says, yeah, we're still loading. So all of these variables here are not going to be good, because these are part of the match weight screen. So we need like our own, we need like another, instead of this is config.matchWeightScreen.loading icon y offset ratio, but we're going to need like the same thing, but it's going to be config.matchWeightWidget.loading icon. So we're going to need to pass in these things individually, which maybe we could do. Maybe we could do like an object that comes in through this setup sizes thing. And then we pass in, depending on which place we're calling it from. Got to get my space heater going. I'm a little chilly down here in the basement this morning. So we could just pass in all of these, basically. Yeah. We'll just have to pass all of these in through like an object here. Because this loading icon is not, right now, it's got references to the match weight screen, but we need it to be flexible from the match weight screen to the little match weight widget. So yeah, in that case, we need to take some sort of object through here. And we actually are not, actually, this is not going to be called, this setup sizes cannot be called from the window resized event listener. This thing is not capable of resizing itself, a loading icon, basically. It needs to be resized based upon the parent entity, whatever. So we're going to get rid of that event listener thing there. And actually, we can move this down now into its own like method, just its own separate method. So let's do that. Just get it out of the constructor. We're going to have setup sizes. Okay. So the create, we're just going to do this. We're just going to set up those arrays, set up some new circles and animations. Push them all in, and then loading icon equals new loading icon, circles, anims. That's all we need to do. Okay, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're not gonna pass this. We are going to do loading icon dot set setup sizes. We're going to pass the stuff down there that's required right here. That'll be perfect. Perfect. And then our match weight screen is going to be responsible for actually calling that setup sizes function and resizing it. So it'll be kind of this little cascading resize thing. Okay, so actually now are we gonna stuff gonna break? Anim not defined. Loading icon 60. Okay. Oh, am I doing calling like new anim or something? Yeah, this needs to be new animation. That was probably all the problem was before. This dot equation is not a function. I forgot. equation is going to equal t arrow t. And I can change the equation anytime I want, I think. Params.onTick is not a function. That's fine, right? We don't... Oh, for an animation, we do need to pass an onTick, I guess. Okay. There we go. We did that. Boom. Okay. So we don't have the loading icon anymore, but now we can at least see stuff here, and this resizing thing should work now. Beautiful. All right. So this is fine. I think our create method is done. We just need to tweak the setup sizes thing here. And we're going to say, we're going to have this like size params thing, I guess. Or wait a minute. No, I guess it's going to be like an object here that we're going to have to destruct. So we're going to have like maybe... Well, it doesn't need to be, it doesn't actually need to be an object. It can be a list of parameters. It can just be a normal parameter list kind of thing. Argument list. Okay, so we're going to do setup sizes. So what do we need? We need, actually, we can really, all we really need to do is just go here. We need these things. So we need initial... I guess we can just do we can literally just copy paste this into here. Like this, pretty much. And these aren't going to be variables anymore. Oh, the reason why I was saying let's do like an object is so I could just have like named parameters for each of those. Yeah, let's do that just for clarity, I guess. All right, so we'll do that. We're going to do that there, this. Done. Okay. So we have like initial y, and then that would be colon, and then a comma at the end. So we can just comma all of these. I guess. And we can do r. X space between X, and then X offset is going to be the width or the position of our message. So message text dot pose dot x plus message text dot or I guess we'll do message text const message text width equals, we're going to do message text dot measure text, and then we can reuse this variable here. And we're going to use that here. Beautiful. Okay, we can get rid of this. Okay, so that gives us the correct offset along the X, and then all of this stuff should be fine. Yes, brilliant. All right. So that should be the sizes that we need. And I'm going to change initial y. We're just going to make that y. We don't need to make it initial y. So we've got y, x, x space between. That's fine because that's the space. That's the pixel distance between each of our 3 dots that we're going to have. And then we have the r, the radius. Yeah, that's all we really need. This is like our offset between each of the dots. Because again, we're having like 3 dots that are going to be kind of moving. Trujaxi. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm back. Was that hairdresser? Yes, I have seen 2 bubbles on screen. IDK, you can make easy 2, medium 3, hard 4. So it depends on if you want to keep it as it is. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm kind of like keeping it as it is for right now, but it kind of depends just on like what. Yeah. I guess we'll see. I'm going to keep it with the 4 for right now, I think. But I was kind of like, I don't know, do we want to go with the 2 right away or do we want to just go with 4? I just really don't know yet. I think 4 bubbles is more unique. Yeah, I agree with that. It gives you, it kind of forces you to like look at the color a little more. I mean, obviously you can do it without looking at the color. But at least for me, I look at the color when I play with 4. But it's obviously possible to kind of just keep track of what's coming in, what's appearing. Okay, so let's look at, well, okay, so yeah, I think this is good. And all we need to do now is just actually look at the loading icon setup sizes thing here. And we're going to have an object, and basically it's going to be x, y, x space between, and r. And that's all we should have. We shouldn't have any of that. And then basically we need to just resize based upon this. So I'm going to just reference this loop here, but this loop's going to go away. So for each circle then, we need to just set up all the sizes. So circle dot, do we have a, no, we just have circle dot size dot r is just going to equal r. And circle dot size, or circle dot pose dot x is going to equal x. Circle dot pose dot y is going to equal y. Or wait a minute. X needs to equal x plus I times x space between. Okay, because we're offsetting the 3 bubbles. We're looping 3 times over each 3 bubbles, or circles. Sorry, in this case, these are just circles. And we're going to offset them along the x-axis there. And that should be all we need for the positions of the circles. Let's just try that. Let's see what happens. So I'm gonna. Whoa, didn't want to do that. I'm going to comment out this loop. We're going to see what happens. We should have some bubbles. So right now the animation won't work, but we should have some bubbles. We should have some bubbles that are in the right positions, I think. Okay. No. I must have screwed up. How did this get moved over? All right, I messed that up in here, I guess. So maybe message text width. Oh no, wait a minute. That's fine. How did that screw up? Okay, let's comment this out. So we're not going to call setup sizes. Yeah, this is all screwed up here. So this was here before. It was like that, right? It had to have been. Okay, that's good. So how come doing this message text font, that's because we're okay, we set the size. That's it. That's the problem. So we set the size of the font after we did this initial measure text. So that was the problem. So the initial measure text, I guess, was 0. That's the problem. Okay. So now that we've adjusted that, because here I'm setting the size of the font, which is obviously setting the size of the text. So we stored a different size of text before we actually changed and set the font, whatever. Whatever I'm trying to say there. So, yes, there we go. All right. That is looking pretty good now. And now we just want to see about the animation, which I have a feeling is going to be screwed up. This is great now. I can get rid of all of this, actually. And this should resize, actually. We didn't test the resize yet. So here we go. And the resize works. Brilliant. Awesome. For the ... is what we cared about there. Okay. The only thing now is we need to try just setting the animation up again. I don't know if that's really going to work, because I'm pretty sure we can't change that onTick function. So let's try. Jaxie, 108. 4 mistakes. Whew. Wow, 108. That's crazy. Getting used to new mouse. That's ridiculous either way. New mouse or not. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see how far you can take it. True Jaxie. Okay, so circles dot for each circle. So now we need to look at the corresponding animation and try to set up the stuff here. So we can do this dot anims I dot end val. Ooh, actually we need to call set values. Is that what it's called? Timer. Timer set values. Oh, maybe it's part of an animation. We don't need an on elapse. We don't care about that. Must be part of the animation. Oh, yeah. Those values are part. Oh, yeah, reset values. So we do a new start val, new end val. So we do this dot reset values. Reset values, so 0, and then the new what is it going to be? It's going to be r times 0.4. That's something that it's a variable that could change, that 0.4 constant. Or should be in our config. Let's see. So r times 0.4. Destruct on elapse. We don't need to do that. Repeat on elapse. We don't need to do that. Duration is fine. The onTick is the only thing that needs to change. So I guess we can try We can try setting this again just to see what happens. OnTick equals val. And then we are going to do this thing, circle.size.r. Whoops. Circle.size.r equals this incoming r, this new r that came in, plus val. Yes. And then the equation. Do we need to set the equation every time? I guess we do. This dot anims I dot equation equals this, pretty much. All right, let's see if this works. It's not going to work, but we'll see if it works. Well, it almost worked. The offset thing is not working. Our offsetting of this. Oh, no, actually, it totally wasn't working at all. Because it's snapping. It's like snapping back. Oh, we have a 2pi. We don't need to do 2 math.pi times 2. We've got that in a config.math.pi2. All right, so it kind of works to set the onTick function again. All right, why is this looking a little funky here? And our offset here clearly isn't really working. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. The equation isn't getting set. That's really what it is. We're back. The initial equation, that's just a t equals t, just a linear line. That's what's happening. The onTick is working, but setting the equation is not. So let's look at the animation here. Oh. Set onTick. We actually have something called set onTick. Let's look at that. Set onTick. And we never used it. We might have been using it for something. New onTick. Oh, okay. Let's try this. Let's try this. New onTick. This dot anims I dot set on tick. And we're gonna pass this in. Whoa, that did it. So the equation is getting set properly. The equation is working setting that. It was the onTick was the problem. So having a set onTick function really does the trick. Yeah, this is where JavaScript closures can be a little crazy. All right, so we can get rid of all of this. Don't need it anymore. Nice. Now this is not too shabby at all. We can get rid of canvas wrapper. We can get rid of color here. Yeah, I really like this. Now, we've got a totally portable loading icon now. The one thing, let's put these, we got a couple constants here. Let's put those in our config file. And then we will reference those here. Actually, where are we looking at config right now? Because it's saying we're using it. Oh, yeah, for math. Okay. Yeah, and this equation, do we really need to put the equations somewhere? I don't know. I feel like sometimes just storing these values in here is probably fine. Yeah, like, I kind of don't really care. Magic numbers are sometimes okay to some extent. All right. We'll be right back. Quick bathroom break. Throwing Joanna BRB in the chat. Joanna BRB. There we go. All right, we are back. Okay. So, all right. Um, so what? Well, I think we're pretty much good, actually, now with our I kind of like this. Kind of. I don't know if I do. It's maybe a little weird. So if I go to practice while you wait. We kind of want this now to be finding opponent to be wherever in the right position. Oop. Yeah, I kind of think that'll work. Badger, what's going on? All right, we kind of, I think we've got it. I think we've got our little loading thing for right now. I think it's good enough. I just wanted something that moves, basically. We could come up with something better for sure, but this is going to be good enough. Totally good enough. All right, I think it's ready. Yeah, we're ready to ship it. Okay, so now we want to basically, we need to figure out now what we want to do with our match weight widget. That's going to be the next thing. And then we're going to be using a loading icon for that. So when you practice, now it's going to say finding opponent like up here, up in the corner maybe or something. Or maybe right down here or over here. I don't know what we want to do. But we'll have this somewhere, and then you'll still see the little dots moving, you know. And we're going to have to figure out how we want to have like the X button, the cancel button. So let's start looking at that. Let's start looking at that finding opponent and then the match widget. And yeah, let's see what we got here. So match weight widget. I'm going to split my client windows up here now. So we've got match weight screen here, and we're going to have the widget over here. Oh, and we should be, let me check event listeners real quick here. Yeah, we should be at 31 all the time. So if we go in here, all of this, we practice, we quit. Whoa. Nice. Okay. I just want to check. I'm going to check our event listener count here. We quit. We're back to 31. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's just close that. Cancel here. Waiting match player. This is great. This is going to be nice, and until somebody finds a bug, this is going to be perfect. Until Badger tracks down all the bugs. Ooh, what happens if we hang on a second here? Did I find? Let's see what happens here. Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay, sweet. This is awesome. Okay. Badger, there's True Jaxie. Maybe you can see his message up there on the video in the chat. Yeah, he's got 108 bubbles in 30 seconds. 4 mistakes there. I think that's his record. He put video in the Discord. In the Discord, Badger. So you got to check that out because he's blown away my scores. He's here. True Jaxie, the legend himself, is here. So, I don't know if you're on the Discord, Badger, but if you are, you got a different name, I guess. So, yeah, he's got some crazy scores, even with a mouse. I can upload 108.4 if you want. I'll leave that up to you, True Jaxie. You can do, do whatever you want. What you put up there now is already pretty incredible. So, yeah, that's pretty awesome. You can do another message on server Discord for records, so I will not spam on general. That's a really good idea, True Jaxie. Let me do that right now while you mention that. I'm gonna do under Populus. We're gonna do create a channel, text channel, and we're gonna say share. Or we'll say high score sharing. High score sharing. Create channel. And I'm going to put a description. Share your bubble pop high scores. Well, I don't know if high score isn't really. Share your bubble pop scores here. Sweet. All right. There you go, True Jaxie. Nice. That was a good idea, actually. Nice. Whoops. Badger's got me covered for the next few bathroom breaks there. All right. So we kind of need to do, I want to do something very similar with our match weight widget. Oh, this is loading icon. I don't want this. Here we go. Match weight screen. Okay. So we've got the components. We've got the components there that we need. We just need to kind of have let's see. Okay, so I'm going to do kind of a similar thing here. On window resize, we're going in our constructor, we're going to have this dot event listeners equals this, and we're going to have an event. We're going to say, window resized, and we're going to say listener is on window resized. Yeah, okay, that's right. Beautiful. And our destruct and everything's already good. So our create, we just need to actually dial this in more better here. More better. Okay, so text button. Let's import loading icon from loading icon.js. All right, so we've got our loading icon file. Shouldn't really be called icon. It should be like loading bar or something. But hey, that's me with naming things. All right. Okay, so now loading icon is going to equal not a new entity, but loading icon dot create. That's what we want. And then, okay, so we need to do, this is kind of the, or let's reference what we've got here. So we're going to create a const size screen thing. We are going to do const size screen. It's going to just equal, I guess, we just do an arrow function, and then we're going to call it. We're going to call size screen right here, and we are going to pass it to the match weight widget. So what we can do, we need to move basically the code that, okay, so all we have are these hard-coded values right now, which are not good. But we can at least use those to test. So we can say, we can do, how do we do font? Okay. We can at least do message text dot fonts dot set size, and then we can just throw the 30 in there for right now. And we can set this to 0, and we can do message text. So this 30 will then be replaced with an actual like variable that we calculate. And then we're going to have probably, we're going to actually do the kind of the same exact thing we do with the match weight screen. So our message text width is going to equal message text dot measure text. And then we're going to have message text. I can actually just pretty much copy. I should just copy paste this here. And then this is going to be, actually, we're just going to do, because I really don't know what these sizes are yet. We can play around with, like these hard-coded values, and then line up something that we think looks good, and then dial in the actual relative setting of the positions. So we need loading. Now we've got our loading icon. We need to call setup sizes. And I really don't know what we want for that, other than maybe we'll just do something kind of right off of these ones. So we've got a Y. I don't know why I have Y there first, but we've got a Y. We've got a Y. We've got an X. We've got a X space between, and we've got a radius. Okay, we'll fill those in a minute here, but I just want to do everything else quickly. All All right, so then, okay, then we've got a cancel button. That's all we have then. So then we just go here, we go cancel button, and we're going to do kind of, ooh, this one's a little trickier maybe. Why is it all this stuff? Oh, actually, I don't know what the deal is. Badger. I can't appreciate you enough. Just wait till well, one of the things, because I can't really think of anything actually cool to come up with channel points. I mean, obviously you can buy toilet emotes and use those. But one of the things I was thinking of doing was just maybe with channel points, I'll find some like, and I already have some ideas, but we'll find like some old TV shows and movies, just some ridiculous clips, you know, just like little like 1 second to 5 second clips. And then with the channel points, you can cash those in and play one of those clips, and it'll just pop up on the stream. And it'll be just ridiculous stuff, you know, like just funny. End stream 25,000. Nice. Nice. Too low. $1 minute. Oh, 1 million, you're saying for the, okay, for the ending the stream. Cancel stream. All right, so we need to set this cancel button stuff, and why is this so complicated here? Practice button R. Oh, okay, so that's the radius we have to set. Why do, okay, then we have, all right, let's look at the button set size and pose here. Button set size and pose. We've got radius, X, Y, and then font size. Okay, so radius, position, and font size. Why are those positions so... Oh, look at that. We don't need to do... Okay, I'm kind of... Nice. Okay, let's just do this. And then before... We don't need to do this drawable stuff right here. Or the radius. We don't need to do the... Where's the button? Drawable R. Yeah. We don't need these things. Look at that. Who'd have thought? Okay. That's not that. Okay. There we go. Whoops. That's weird. All right, that's good. We don't need to set those drawable things. Yes, so we can get rid of these. That makes things a lot simpler. I was wondering why there were so many lines there to do that stuff. Okay, so we just call this setup size. Oh, no, sorry. It's cancel button dot set size and pose. And we just pass our new radius. We pass a, which we're going to do 20. We're going to do 750. We are going to do 75. And we're going to do the... Oh, wait a minute. Which one? What is the bottom one here? Is that the font size? Yes, font size. Okay, so then the font size is... Oh, we don't have a new font size. Do I do a check? Okay, we don't pass font size, so we can just skip that in this case. Yes, okay. And then we want to move our loading icon up as well. We want to set that up. So let's do X. Yeah, we want something that we can just kind of dial in nicely. So So we're going to do a Y of, I don't know, maybe we have it just off the edge of the button here. Yeah, maybe we'll just, I don't know what we'll do. Let's move it. Let's move this over. Okay, so finding opponent, actually, we're going to get rid of the dot, dot, dot here. We are going to yeah, let's have the green or the X button here move over the cancel button. Let's just move that. We have 750X. Let's just do 850X. Okay, never mind. Not yet. And then we'll do Y. Ooh, okay. Where is our match weight screen? Okay, loading icon, R ratio. Yeah, we need to change this. I'd like to have that be part of... let's see here. Okay. I'm just going to do we're just going to plug in some random stuff right now. Not random, but just put us in the ballpark. Okay, so message, text, pose X is 750. So we want to be, I guess we'll do 750 for the X for this as well. The Y is going to be what is our font size? So like 50 maybe. Maybe 60. And our X space between we'll do 5. And the radius we'll do like 3. I don't know. All right. So then we do that. And then we do that. Okay. That's not bad. All right, we need to adjust something here. So we have an loading icon R ratio, but I actually don't want that. What I want to do is I want to actually this ratio is the ratio of the radius of each loading icon dot. The middle, like the starting ratio, a starting radius. It's the ratio of that radius to the height of the screen in pixels. So that's why it's a really small number, 0.005. But what I actually want to do is I actually want to set this to the height of the font. I want to make it the ratio of the font size to that. Because I can easily just plug in one. That way we can just plug in we can have just a single loading icon font ratio property, because instead of this I'd basically have to have a second one of these, and we could just say we could just have like a loading icon object here, and it could be just radius font size ratio. And then we could just do whatever that number is. You do whatever this number is, and then that would apply for both things rather than having it specified in here. So let's actually calculate what that is. So if we go to our match weight screen, we want to take a look at the font size. I guess we'll do this. We'll do CLG, and we're going to take the radius. We're going to take loading icon dot circles 0 dot size dot r divided by, well, I guess let's just take this. We'll take this number and then divide it by, we'll do that instead. We'll take that, divide it by message text dot font, message text dot font dot size. All right, so that is the ratio that we're going to want to store. So now we click here. We've got that there, so it's 0.068. We'll use that. So then this is going to be 0.068. So what this kind of lets us do, because our loading icon is a dot, 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 right? And we want it to basically be size relative to like whatever text you're trying to match it up to, if that makes sense. Because we're going to have, once you click here, we're going to have this, at the end of this finding opponent is now smaller than the other one. Oops, I guess I needed to refresh there. So like here, finding opponent's kind of bigger. We click here, now finding opponent is smaller. So this needs to scale down appropriately to match whatever that text is. So that is what this ratio is now going to be. Rather than scaling the loading icon ratio to the loading icon radius to the height of the screen, we can just set it to whatever that font size is that we're trying to match the dot, dot, dot to. So we go to, we don't need this console log anymore. We go to the R now is going to be, instead of config.matchWeightScreen.LoadingIconRatio, it's going to be, I'm going to comment out the original, it's going to be config.loadingIcon dot radius font size ratio, and then instead of this it is going to be message text dot font dot size. All right, and let's see how that looks. There we go, and it scales. Yes, beautiful, perfect. All right, and we also need anim inval. Is this being used? No. Maybe we do need to start using that. All right. Okay. Now I'm getting to a point where I'm kind of like, This is starting to get a little crazy. It was kind of fun yesterday getting all this stuff set up, but now it's kind of like, I just want to be done with this. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. So I think, okay, so we should be pretty golden now. The one thing, basically, we could probably do this same exact thing here. Let's see. This space between thing, we need to figure out what we want to do. Because okay, so this ratio is also this is the space between the dots based upon the height of the screen, which we need. This is going to be different. This number is technically different based upon whether or not we are viewing, whether or not we're here on our match weighting screen here, or we are here. So we need to do. This is tricky, to say the least. This is tricky. So I want to have, I think I want to have another like global loading icon thing here for this. So this is, again, this is the space between, this is the space between these dots. Displayed as a ratio of that size to the height of the screen is what that is. So we need to maybe not make it a ratio to the height of the screen, but make it a ratio to the font size. So I guess let's kind of do the same thing. We're going to do, so then this would also be, we'd have another variable. Well, okay, let's uncomment this. We're going to do config dot match weight screen dot loading icon times canvas height divided by font size. Yes. Why didn't I think of doing that just before? Okay, so now we have 0.28. 2.288. Wait, why is that? Why is that 0.28? How is that? That can't be that big. Oh, yeah, actually, it can, because that is bigger than the radius. Yeah, because here is the space between 0.21 and this one was 0.005. Okay, so this needs to be 0.28. We'll do 0.288, I guess. So that will be radius, or wait a minute, space between font size ratio. It would be what did we say it was? 0.288. 0.288. Awesome. Coffee's getting lukewarm now. And yeah, rocking the Star Trek mug. Loading icon anim and val. Okay, so we can get rid of this one now. Icon space between ratio. So now instead of this, it's going to be config dot loading icon dot space between font size ratio, and then this is going to be times the message text font. Okay. Yes. And we are still good, and we are still good. Awesome. This console log is printing not a number because that config thing doesn't exist anymore. So now we need to do loading icon. All right, what are we exactly looking for here? All right, we can straight up just get rid of these now. This loading icon anim end val thing, we kind of need to look at what that is. Because I think we might have been using that before, but maybe we got rid of it. All right, do we need anything else? We've got, no, I don't think so. We've got the radius, we've got the space between, and then everything else should be local. Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna get rid of that. Why is that still there? Didn't our config rebuild? No, okay, good. All right, that's gone. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. This is looking good. And now we just need to kind of get this set up. Yeah, actually, we could set that up pretty much perfectly, and that'll make it ready for when we actually... Well, we can keep this, we can keep the positions, but the space between now is going to be config.loading icon, and then that. Perfect. It's going to be that. And then this one is also, the radius is going to be the same thing. So now we should end up with yes, there we go. So now we've got more appropriately sized, spaced dots. And yeah, we're using like a percentage for what it animates up to and or shrinks down to. So I think that kind of works. And that is not in our config file, although that should be. But anyway, yeah, we just need to kind of dial in the positions now that we want for our match weight widget. And I guess first thing is let's pick a font size that we like. So I think this kind of works. So by font size, I mean pick a font size that we like relative to the height of the screen right now. So that would be kind of like, do we like it like that? I kind of think maybe it works. Let's go with this right now. So we want to take 30 divided by the height of the screen at this point. That's what we need to do. So we'll go here and we'll do a CLG, and we're going to divide 30 by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Perfect. We're going to do that. We're going to do that. We get 0.038, so we'll do 0.039. And then this is going to be match weight widget. Do we have a thing for that yet? I guess we don't. So we'll come down here. We're going to go match weight widget. And then we're going to say message, text, font, ratio. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And what did we say it was? 0.039. We're going to go with 0.039. And then we can dial that in. Actually, we can dial that in and try seeing what that looks like. Ooh, we didn't set these. These need to be zeros now. 0, 0, 0. Oh, we didn't actually. Oh, no, we did. We did. Yes, okay. Okay, what are we doing with... okay, so we dialed that in. Ooh. This needs to be match weight screen. Yeah, forgot about that. Let's make sure this looks good still. Yes, okay. So instead, we're going to take this. We're basically going to take this same thing. But now this is going to be put here. And instead of match weight screen, it'll be match weight widget. Widget. Okay. And actually, the resizing should work now for the widget. Yes, look at that. So the finding opponent text is scaling perfectly. That's what we want. So now it's just a matter of we need to dial in. Oh, and actually, does our... yeah, this part scales too, which is really nice. So as we go... yeah, so the ... is scaling as well. Obviously, positions and everything is not right. But the scaling, the size scaling is working exactly as we want. And the relative positions there are working. So that's cool. That's cool. So that part is kind of done. Now, we just need to figure out where we want the thing to be. So I'm thinking we move it over to the right of the screen. Like maybe we just, like the size I think is good. It's going to say finding opponent and then ... And maybe we just put it up here in the top right corner of the screen. We've already got our X button, our in-game quit button up here in the top left. So maybe we just kind of put the text up kind of whatever offset we've got for this. Like what is this, like 20 pixels maybe? Maybe a little more than that. No, it's got to be like 20 pixels, maybe 18 pixels. Something like that. We got this little offset here, and then we can dial in this kind of off that same, off in the right corner, I guess. And now I'm not too sure about what we actually want to do with this button placement, because this is supposed to be the cancel thing. Like, oh, I don't want to find an opponent anymore. I need to click X. And that button works, but we need it to actually be in a good position, somewhere that actually looks good. So yeah, so, and we need to pick an actual color. Maybe we can just do this thing. Oh, and I'm overriding. Okay, so this font size for this is based upon the radius of the buttons. We need to override that, actually. We should do whatever we do for the in-game quit button. Let's do that. This is like a standard set size. Cool Boy Jedi, what's going on? Hey, thanks for the sub, Cool Boy Jedi. I didn't see that till later. But thank you very much for the sub. I really appreciate that. I really do. You didn't have to. Let's see what you got here. From yesterday, I made a little menu thing that takes a square, that makes a square go across the screen. You can adjust the height and width and the speed, refresh rate with text boxes. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. No problem. Best to use my Prime for something good. And that something good is toilets, isn't it? Yes. That's all you, it's pretty much all you get when you subscribe to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Cool Boy Jedi. Nah, we'll have some maybe cool things coming up soon, but that little thing sounds good. Makes a square go across the screen. You can adjust the height and width and the speed, so the refresh rate. I would say maybe try, because the idea is, like if you're doing something like a game, you wouldn't change the refresh rate. You'd want to have maybe like your refresh rate would be fixed, but you'd have maybe like a speed variable that would change, and it would be like a pixels per second, right? And you would know that like every refresh, if I'm doing 60 times a second, 60 hertz or something, you'd have every refresh would be 16.7 milliseconds. So you could say like, I want to move my square or rectangle like, a certain amount of distance, a certain amount of pixels per second. So then you like divide that by like your 16.7 milliseconds to find how many pixels you should move just in the next frame. So you keep like I made the interval change for 1,000 over input. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could do it however you want, but I'm just saying, like, that's something you'd want to think about from like a game thing, because you'd have a fixed refresh rate, but you want to have things that move inside of that refresh rate. Or, well, you might not have a fixed refresh rate, right? Because if you're doing a bunch of stuff and it's getting too heavy, your refresh rate will dip below like your actual screen refresh rate. Your frames per second will dip below your monitor refresh rate. But then your movements and everything would update accordingly, because you would know, oh, I need to move a little bit more. Last frame took a little longer to render, so now I need to move like further in space or something. I don't know if that makes sense, but all right. So in every refresh, it changes the canvas size with the inner window width and height, and the canvas is 1/3 the size of the inner window. Have it set it to the square in the center of the canvas and move it up 1/2 the height of the cube. Oh, nice, nice. Good deal. Good deal. Cool. Yes, just drawing stuff on screen is a lot of fun. and manipulating and doing crazy stuff, it's a lot of fun, for sure. All right, so Yeah, I really think we want this finding opponent thing to be in the top corner. That way it'll kind of be out of the way. We won't really have to worry about anything kind of crazy happening, I guess. So let's move this. Let's have it, let's center it up kind of off here. We need to move. Okay, so let's get the text center or in the position that we want. Well, where do we want our X button to go? I should probably figure that out first. Yeah, let's do. Okay, so for the X, I'm actually gonna do. Well, hang on here. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. I'm going to take a quick little lunch break in like 20-ish minutes, though. Very quick, though. I won't be. Just a few minutes. Probably 10 minutes at most. All right, so I got some egg rolls heating up in the oven, so I need to try to eat a little more at lunch because I tend to skip lunch when I stream usually, or just have a very tiny snack, but I should try to eat a little more. And it's already 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, so I'm getting hungry for sure. All right, so let's just try to line all this stuff up the way we think it should be for right now. And we can kind of do everything based, I think all of this stuff will be based off of the position of the text here. So we can kind of then, once we line these up based on the text positions, then all we need to do is find the actual final resting place for the whole widget as a whole, I think. Well, for one, let's actually start with, I want to make that button look better. So let's go to menu, and then we should have our menu in-game quit button. Where is that? Quit button. And I'm going to match up the match weight widget button with that too. So we're going to do the same color here. Oh, same color. The text is, oh, we were just doing, yeah, okay. So there's the X. And what is the font size? Oh, maybe we don't actually. Let's see. Let's see what happens now if we do this. Okay, better, but okay, we must be specifying an actual. Oh, we are specifying a font size. Config menu.quit button font size. Okay, so it'll be a little different than that. We just have like a hard-coded one for the in-game menu button, which is okay. This thing never scales. It's just it's a hard-coded thing basically, like a fixed size. All right, so let's look at what do we want to look at here now? Let's see. Practice button. Oh, we do it at initial font size 0, I guess. Or maybe actually we could get away with setting the font size to 0. Or no. Well. Actually, maybe that's okay. All right, so we're going to have. Let's just try to orientate everything else off of the message text. Okay, so what do we have here? We've got for the match weight screen, we've got practice button. Okay, message. Loading. Okay, and then we've got the Y offset ratio and X offset ratio. Oh, and those are off. Those mean off of the text. Yes. Okay, so this match weight widget, we're basically going to have the same kind of thing. We're going to have loading, icon, x. Well, actually, it's going to be the same. Y offset ratio. It's going to be the exact same. We might as well just, I guess we'll just duplicate it. Loading icon x offset ratio 0.016. Actually, not the y. It's not. Well, let's try the x. Let's see if we can get this working with the x position. Okay, so what does that mean? Just going to try to line up the dot, dot, dot here. We're going to see if we get the x-axis dialed in, because we want the dot, dot, dot to be after finding opponent, right? Like if we were here, we've got it dialed in nicely, right? But once we go here, we need this dot, dot, dot to be. So we're going to try just getting the x position first, the x-axis part first, not the y. Because we might actually end up doing the y a little differently, maybe, than we do it for the, well, I don't know. We'll see. All right, so we've got loading icon x offset rario. That's supposed to be ratio. All right, so we go to loading icon, setup sizes. Let's look at what we're doing for that here. So we've got config. What? Is that really all we need to do? Oh, that's the Y. Whoops. No, it needs to be message text posex plus message text width. That's what it is. That's what it is. So we do this, and then we do plus this times that. But it's going to be not match weight screen, but match weight widget. Yes. Okay, so that, in theory, should give us the correct X position. Yes. Kind of? Does that look a little bit off? Let's go to this, back to this. Yeah, I feel like that's a little closer to the T. Then when we go here, it's like a little bit too far away from the T. Did I mess something up there a little bit? Message text width. No? Okay, so let's do, where do we want the X button? Do we want it on this side? I kind of think we want it over on this side. Cancel button font size ratio. We need that. Let's plug in some variables here. We're gonna go cancel button. Well, okay, before we do that, we are going to go with, actually, this will be kind of a cool way to do it. I've never actually done it this way before. So we're gonna go to cancel button, and we're gonna specify a font size. We're going to say cancel button font size ratio, so we're gonna do config dot, oh, first let's create it. We're gonna go here, we're gonna go cancel button font size ratio. We're going to do something like 0.0. We're going to do something. Well, let's do 0.016 and see what that looks like. We're just going to copy this number here just to put something up on the screen. And we'll try dialing this number around to find the font size that we want for that. Because I've never actually really done it this way. I've done it the opposite way, where I put the pixels first, then figure out what the ratio is. But let's try doing it this way. This is kind of interesting. So again, we're specifying the ratio of the font size to the height of the screen, basically. So we know our height of our screen in pixels. We know what that is. So we multiply that by this number, and that gives us the font size. So we're going to do config dot match weight widget dot cancel button font size ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Brilliant. And there we go. And here, there. That's not bad. I like it. Just right out of the gate there, that was pretty good. Maybe just a hair bigger, maybe. Like let's do 0.018 maybe. That looks a little funny. We'll go back to the 0.016. We'll do that. Just the way the font rendered on that button, it just looked like a little off, looked like a little high. Okay. And that should actually scale. The X scales now. The radius of the button doesn't scale, but you can see the X font size is scaling because we're recalculating that. We're running that ratio. We're multiplying this 0.016 times the height of the screen every time we refresh, or every time our window resize event fires, which is awesome. Hang on, I'll be right back 1 second here. All right, just had to check on the egg rolls there real quick. We've got about 5 minutes left or so. Okay. I'm already liking, even with these things not totally placed right at all, I'm already liking like the little X button and everything much better. So that's good. Now, I actually think the size of the button at this moment is pretty good. Like when we do this, the X button doesn't scale. The font size does, the X in there scales, but I kind of like maybe like that. Maybe that's good. Maybe that. Let's do it like that. So I want to pull out the ratio of that radius right there. So we've got a radius of, what do we have a radius of? 20? Yeah, so I want to take 20. We're going to do CLG. We're going to do 20 divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. And we do that, and we do that, and it's 0.024, so we'll do 0.025, I guess. Yeah, we'll try 0.025. Well, 0.02. Yeah, 0.025 is good. So we'll do cancel button. So cancel button font size ratio. Cancel button. Cancel. First, we'll do cancel button R ratio. 0.025. Right? 0.025 is what it was coming out to. Yeah. 0.025. All right, so we're going to plug that in here instead. And we're going to do config dot, or wait a minute. Yeah, config dot match weight widget dot cancel button R ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot height, or canvas dot height. There we go. All right, we're going to split these on multiple lines here now. In fact, oh, whoa. There we go. Aren't we doing that for the other one? Yeah, we are. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that that's what I was doing. Okay. That's pretty cool now. So this should be scaling. The button radius should be scaling now. Yeah, there we go. I like it. I like it. So everything size-wise is scaling. The only thing that's working position-wise is this thing. This thing is always lining up in the correct X position. So that's the only thing that actually works. And I don't like that X position. It's actually a little bit off. It is a little bit off, and I don't know why. Let's see if we can find out. Oh, wait a minute. Ah. Because I guess we just dial this back a little bit. We just do 0.014 maybe. Not that. We do 0.012 maybe. 0.01. Let's try that. 0.01. That's a little better, I think. Yeah. Okay. That was good for the X position. All right. So we need to... What happened to it? There we go. So that was good for the X. I think. Maybe is that too close now? No, that's not too close. It looks too close here. But it could just be this font rendering issue, sizing thing. Okay, so all right, my egg rolls are ready, so I'm going to take a quick little break, eat those. We'll be right back. Won't be too long. All right, we are back. Just had my egg rolls. They were good. And an orange. So I'm all juiced up and ready to go now. All right, so what did we just dial in here? We just got something with, okay, I think size-wise everything's good. We were just going to, oh, I think we just fixed the X, little offset of this off of the side of the text, or that ratio that we've got. Next, what do we want to do? I guess we can have, would the button look better over here, finding opponent X, or would it look better on the end? Let's do, this. Let's try, let's just line them up by site, I guess. So we're gonna move, let's set this down by 30 pixels now. Okay, we're gonna set this, yeah, I think for right now we'll do that. We're gonna move this up just a couple pixels. So what do we got here? 55 maybe? Maybe that's probably too much. Yeah. So 57, I guess. Okay. Whoops. I shouldn't have done that because, all right, that's good. And then we want to line this up. So what are we at? We're at 850 here. We need to move over like 20, 100, 150 over maybe. So we're at 1000x now. See how that looks. Ooh, we need more than that. 11. Let's do 1150. Ooh, that was too much. I guess we'll do 1050. 1050, and still a little too close now. 1075. Getting there. 1080. A little more than that. 1090, I guess. Yeah, that's maybe a little better. And then we need to bring it up. Well, the center. Okay, so this one we could actually maybe calculate. We could do message text dot pose dot y plus message text dot pose dot y plus half half of the text height. So plus message text dot font dot size divided by 2. This one we could probably actually keep it this way for the real deal. All right. So that's what we've got. Something's not right with our X, with our font anymore. What happened there? Oh. I accidentally blew out the T there somehow. I was going to say. There we go. Now, does it look good there, or does it look good maybe on the other side? Let's move it to the other side of the finding. Okay, so let's do, instead of 1090, we're gonna back it up like, what, 700 maybe? Maybe that's probably too dramatic. Yeah, not too bad though. 730. Wow, right up there, too close. Okay, so 720, that's maybe not enough. Actually, I guess let's go off like 715 maybe. Finding opponent, and then you've got the X button there. Is that clear? Does that make sense? I don't know. Or does it look weird? Finding opponent. What if instead of X, what if we made it just say cancel? Let's just try that real quick. So instead of this, we're going to say cancel. We're going to not pass a font size, and we are not going to pass a font size here. What were to happen if we were to do that? Okay, it's really tiny, so we need to kind of like bump up the ratio a bit. So let's try that. I guess we'll do, we got cancel button font size ratio. So this is the, so now we make it like 0.2. Let's just make it 0.02, see what happens there. Okay, a little bigger. Finding opponent, cancel. But it would need, the cancel would need to be down here now, kind of. Maybe like 0.03. Let's see what happens there. All right, something's not working. Oh, this is font size ratio. Changes back to whatever it was. Oh, this is not the one we wanted to duplicate. This is the one we want to duplicate. Okay. So we're going to change this. This one is not being used currently, the way I have things set up. So we're going to make this like 0.03. Finding an opponent, cancel. Now I kind of want to move this back over here and see what it looks like. Let's try that. So 715, we'll keep that plugged in for right now. And we go with, what, 100? What did we have, 11 something? 1150? That was way too much, I think. We had it like 1090 or something like that. Let's try 1090. Finding opponent, and then you got a cancel thing there. That's maybe not too bad there. Maybe not too bad. All right. This, I don't like how low this is. Practice while you wait. Let's move this up. I keep looking at this and I keep thinking it doesn't look good. Instead of divided by 1.5, we're going to go divided by 2. Screen height 2/3. We're going to do this, and we're going to do canvas wrapper dot half height. Yeah, I kind of like that, I think. For now, at least. And this kind of works. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. So let's go with actually we dialed in the Y and that works. That can stay. The dot Y needs to be dialed in So we're going to do... I think this is good enough. I think this is good enough for now. So let's do... we need to figure out the y-axis, the height for this. So we're going to take whatever the current pixel value is for that. Oh, which we have dialed in as 57. So basically we're just taking CLG 57 divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height allows us. Hello, sir. How are you doing? I'm doing good, allows us. How's it going? Good to see you. All right, so we go here, we go here. 0.062, that's what we want. Whoa, 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 whoa. Adding breakpoints. Loading icon Y offset ratio, that's what we need. So 0.062, yes. Yeah, we're yeah, allows us. We're working on well, I don't want to rescale the window here at all, but kind of working on having like a thing here where you, once you queue up for a multiplayer match, we've got a little loading icon now, a little loading thing, just some movement to say finding opponent now, and then it's like that. And you can practice while you wait. So you could go over here, click this button. It'll kick you into a match to just practice, whatever. Just a single player game. And then we still have finding opponent up here with some dots. And we got the ability to cancel. But at this point, you know, we could go anywhere. We could do anything in the game, but we're still finding an opponent, basically. And when the server actually does find a match, then it'll kick us into the match. Which is kind of, I think, kind of cool. So... great to see working. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot so far. The functionality's been there since last week, but I'm just kind of dialing in the graphics, or at least making them look reasonably nice. Nice enough to have live. So yes. So let's do... well, what do we got our Y position ratio now. Cancel button R ratio. Why did I... oh, we bumped it up, which I kind of like. Yeah, we're going to keep that. We're going to get rid of this font size ratio, I think. Yes. Okay, so we've got... what do we have here? Set size and pose. X. Okay, we're not working on that right now. So this 57 now needs to be replaced with... Match weight widget dot, there we go, and then times the height of the screen. Canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. There we go. So now, and I'm scared to move anything yet, still, because I don't want to, I like the layout of everything, and we need to figure it out. Okay, so we've got our X positions good. The X position of the loading icon is good. The X position of, now our Y position is good. Should be good. And then the only thing now is, I think the X position of the button is good. We just need to get the Y position of the button. Which, or no, wait a minute. No, the Y position is good because we're centering the button up along the halfway mark of the text here. So that part is good. It's the X that we need to dial in. Right? Set size and pose. That's the yes. Okay, the Y is good. So this 1090 is hard-coded, which is the X. Okay. Yes. So let's dial in that 1090. My students asked me to give them a new task game, so I was thinking about your game, just the core functionality maybe. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good, yeah, good game to kind of mess around with. That's, yeah, it doesn't really require too much crazy anything. Yeah, I mean, it's just circles, and then you're just kind of, you're moving a mouse around, and you're checking, you know, if the cursor, like when you press the key or click the mouse, you're checking if the cursor is inside of that circle, and then if it is, then you can, you know, pop it, whatever. So it's kind of a nice, yeah, it's kind of a, it is a good little simple game that would be good to practice for sure. Yeah, and the core functionality is so simple. It's all the other things that are going on that make this way complicated. Like lining up this little waiting for opponent thing, finding opponent. All right, so what are we looking for here? Actually, I think we've got it. Oh, no, wait. That was not what I meant to say. Oh, wait a minute here. We've got a little bit of an issue. We can't quite do... Oh, wait a minute. No, actually, we do have something here. Okay, so for our cancel button, we need to do cancel button X offset ratio. Yes, we need to do a cancel button X offset ratio. And then that's the 10. Okay, so that's the 1090. So we divide, we're going to take, no, wait a minute. We need to do 1090 minus, okay, we need to do console.log 1090 minus, minus message text dot pose dot x. Yes, That's what we want. And then that divided by the ratio of that number divided by the height of the screen. Canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Whoa, whoa, there we go. Canvas is not defined. Where are we? Oh, this is supposed to be canvas wrapper. All right, and 0.372. Okay, so that is going to be cancel button X offset ratio, right? What was it? 0.372? 0.372? Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Well, okay, actually, this should be fine. So now instead of 1090, we can do config dot match weight widget dot cancel button X offset ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. And actually, yeah, let's see if that works. Nope. Oh, yeah, we need to do, okay, yeah, we need to do kind of what we do here. Message text width plus that. I guess we'll do const text end. Const text end X, we'll just say. That's kind of silly. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Text end X, we reuse that. We use that here, and then we're gonna do that here. All right, and not quite. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. So what did we say? 1090. All right, so let's plug in 1090 again. Or wait, no, I guess we don't need to do that. We need to do 1090 minus 1090 minus, well, I did it. Okay, 1090 minus, I drew this down yesterday because it's confusing. I wrote this down. And we need to do 11 minus that, minus 8, which gives us that difference. And that's going to be our pixel count. Okay, so we need to do 1090 minus the width of this. So we need to do CLG 1090 minus message text width minus the position. And then that number, yes, that number divided by 0.084. So 0.084. So then we get rid of this. We go back to this. Yes. Okay. So that is what we want. Now we can get rid of 1090. We don't need to remember that anymore. And yes, we're still using this text end. X position of the, well, we don't know. Actually, it's clear what that is. Okay. So Ooh, exabyte. I love when coding reverts to pen and paper math. Yes. Yeah, and this is actually embarrassing how simple this is, because I was literally writing down, like, I need to subtract this from this. It was just like a couple subtractions I needed to do, but for whatever reason, it was hard for me to like think of it in my head. All right. So we are almost there. I think I'm ready to try resizing the window now, though, and see what happens. The one final thing we have left is the actual, like, everything here. Okay, so everything now here. These things, like the ... the animation ... the loading icon, as it's called, and this button should now be using whatever the position is of this text. So, like, assuming if we slide, we can actually test that. We could just change this to, like, I'll keep the 750 here, just in case I forget, but we could do, like, 300x. We do this and then this. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So let's go back to the 750, I guess. If we change the Y, it wouldn't work because they have their own Y values for the most part. Actually, the button would be fine, I think. But now let's try scaling the window and see what happens. Nice. No, not quite nice. Our ... is wrong. All right. So the ... needs to be the loading icon. What is changing here? It's like as it scales down, that thing is scaling tighter and tighter. Yeah. We're not at a fixed Y value. Yeah, we need to be at a fixed. We need to scale. Well, wait a minute. Why is this? Let's look at what we've got. Loading icon Y is loading icon Y offset ratio times the height of the canvas. Yeah, that's the problem. How do I do it for the other one? Let's look at that. So for this, for just the loading screen, what are we doing for the Y? Oh, the Y changes. Oh, but wait a minute. It's some sort of offset off of the text because this is centered up. The text here is centered up on the 1/3 line here through the height of the screen. And then this has to be just like offset of that somehow, some amount. Let's look at that. So, well, there we've got loading icon Y offset ratio. Yeah, so that's what that is. But that's not what we want. That's not what we want in this case. Oh, wait a minute. No, that is what we want. Let's try this same exact number here. So this 0.62 I did from the top of the screen. That's the problem. We were like orienting it from the top of the screen. So we need to look at what we do for the match weight screen here. So we've got let me take care of this while I'm thinking of it. Okay, so we're doing canvas wrapper half height. So wherever we do that, we need to do this and this. We can get rid of this. Okay. Badger is back. All right, so all right, we need to look. What are we doing for the Y here? We're doing config match weight screen lat times. Ah, man. That is not what we want in this case because we're keeping everything fixed. Or are we? Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. Actually, now that I think about it, I think what I have is right. Yeah, what I have is right. Because right now this is on a fixed Y position. And X and Y. So these things you can tell like scale down. Obviously our dot dot dot's screwed up now. 34 points. No, that's the that's pretty. I'd say that's pretty standard. Balauzas. There is Trujaxi. He posted in the Discord a video of him getting 108 pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. Well, did he post the 108? Yeah, he did. I think. He posted a couple early this morning for like 105 and 101, but now now we have a high score sharing section on the Discord. I'll drop that in the chat there real quick here. For anyone out there who wants to join the Discord, you can. All right, so actually I do want to have. All right, well, we do want to have this loading icon Y offset ratio, and we want to do. Now we should be back to normal, right? Yeah. So we want. We want to find some multipliers for these as well, for the Y. Or, well, this is actually just using the Y-axis of the text, so this is fine. We just need to change the Y position of. So let's kind of eyeball this up again, get it to the size we want, which I think is like this. And then we want to dial in. We want to find the Y position of this right now, and that will be our ratio that we use. So let's take 30 divided by, we're going to do CLG 30 divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. That's an awful thing to type just to get the height of the screen every time. But hey, that's what we got right now. All right, so we click here. We're looking for this, 0.033. We'll round that up. So we're going to make that message. Yeah, this will be message text font or message text Y offset ratio. What was that number again? 0.033. 0.033. And we're going to punch that in. So for up here, position Y, instead of 30, we are going to do config.matchWeightWidget.message text Y offset ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Brilliant. Okay. And then now we should actually have some real Y-axis scaling here. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's better, I think. the whole thing scale. I mean, you can make it really small, which is kind of a little weird, but maybe we want to make this bigger. We'll maybe make this whole thing a little bit bigger. Because the cancel button now looks just a little funny. Like the font is too small. And maybe we'll go back to just using an X instead of cancel. But I deleted some of those variables we were using. So it's too late. Because what is this kind of the size that I play on? Yeah, this is pretty good. I like not having to move my... Yeah, okay. I'm not going to be as good as Trajaxi. I just can't. All right. Yeah, I think this should be a little bigger. What would happen if we made it a little bigger? Let's scale it up. We've got that variable now. We can make it like 0.45. That might be like a little too big now. And now we're going to need to adjust our... Oh. .45. And then... Wait a minute. Let me try one thing here. Let's try the loading icon. Let's take the loading icon Y position here. We're gonna comment this out. We're gonna do we're gonna do the position of the text, the Y position of the text. So we're going to do message text dot pose dot Y plus message text dot font dot size. We're going to see what happens when we look at that. Yeah, too low. It goes down here. Yeah, that won't work. Never mind. All right, what was this before? This was like 0.039. Oops. Yeah, that's what it was. Oof, yeah, so we gotta like scale all of these up individually. Wow. Oh, my mouse screwed up there. No. All right. Yeah, this looks better now. But then like when you get, yeah, the font just starts to look it's a little too tiny. Maybe we could make the button a little bigger. Trash dev, what's going on? It's fine. Yeah, trash dev. There's Trajaxi. He's blown away my record right now. He posted some videos in the Discord. And I don't get it. He just like his first time trying, he was already setting like scores higher than me. So he's an Osu player, which kind of explains it. That it just works for him. But it's cool to see somebody who actually, without really even practicing at all, Like literally his first just try of the game, he was already like beating me. So that's pretty cool to see. That's pretty cool. All right, so all right. Wow, this is such a pain lining this stuff up. This looks a lot better now. We're lining this text and the button up on the halfway mark of the screen. Yeah. From my angle up here, it looks a little weird looking down on my screen, but and then this is centered up on the third line, the 1/3 line. So I like that. I think that works well. And then this, all of this stuff's working now. The only thing is we want to see. Okay, so we need the last piece of the puzzle pretty much is just the X position of this thing. So it would be nice to have it in this top corner here, I think. But I'm trying to think about how I want to really do that, because now we kind of need to set this based upon the width of the screen maybe now. Which is going to be the first time we've actually done something based on the width of the screen. Trash Dev, I think it's better top and center. Yeah, actually, that might not be bad either. Let's, whoops, can't do that. Yeah, because right now, we can kind of center it up this way because it's fixed. Finding opponent. Yeah, actually, I think you're onto something there, Trash Dev. Since it's a pretty important message in action, cancel. Right, right. I like it. I like it. It's hard to tell if it's exactly centered between the... We're centering up from here to here. All right, so then, yeah, I like it, Trash Dev. That's a good idea. I think we're going to do that. Or do we just center up the... Let's do the easy way first. So to center width half plus text plus button length half. Yeah, pretty much something like that. I want to just see what it looks like first if we center up the text, because actually that's what I'm doing here. Let's cancel. What I'm doing here is centering up, finding opponent, dead center, and then we're off a little bit over here. So it's not factoring this in to the centering. And it probably should. I just didn't do it because it would mean I'd have to figure out, I'd have to go in and get the last position there. Anyway. Nor is this button factored into this. This is centered on the 2/3 line of the screen here. So this would be like, 1/3 of the width and then 2/3 of the width here. So this one's kind of centered up that way. Yeah. Can you wrap in some group container? I don't actually have anything like that. I've been thinking kind of about some way to do something like that. But at the same time, I'd probably end up being very similar to the way I'm doing it kind of manually anyway. Because to figure out the size of that container, you kind of need to do the same thing to get to that point anyway, like having... But it might be another thing to say if we wanted to reposition the container, then maybe you could have some method where you just change that position of that one container and then it kind of trickles down to everything else. So that would be a pretty good use case for something like that. And that's something I might be getting into a little bit more, because I would like, not right away, but to have maybe all the screens animate. Rather than right now, you hit play and it just snaps to this countdown, and then like as soon as the countdown's done, it snaps into the game. I'd like to have it like swipe in and out, like the screen, like you click the play button, and then instead of the menu just snapping, disappearing right away, it just slides off to the bottom or something, and then like the countdown timer slides in from the top, something like that. This is all canvas, right? Yes. Yeah, pretty much everything is canvas that you see except for the links down here. So everything is just, yeah, shapes and text drawn onto the canvas. So that was, yeah, having like some sort of like animating screens and stuff would be really cool. It would just make it look nicer, you know, like it's obviously not that big of a deal, but the way it is now works and I'm fine with it. But we might do something a little more. How are you doing the responsiveness? I have to start doing something like that. What do you mean exactly, responsiveness? Like just in terms of it's being smooth? Or the animation kind of stuff? When you resize, oh, when you resize the browser. Yeah. Well, I actually have something kind of cool now for this part, the finding opponent screen. Basically, I have, when I set up the, so the code that like centers all of this, basically, and lines all this stuff up to start, like the sizes and positions and everything. The code that does that basically gets wrapped into a function, and then that function just gets run on the window resize event, basically. So that's not the way I do it for everything, but that's the way I'm doing it here, and I really like it. Because I just added the responsiveness to this yesterday, to this screen, to this, the finding opponent thing. Once we got all the text positioning and everything we wanted, then we got that all kind of set up there. Yeah, so that's not how I'm doing it for everything. Some of the other parts are a little more complicated. Like the main menu doesn't actually do that. I mean, it resizes, but it doesn't do it that way. It's got like some duplicate. Basically, some of the logic's like duplicated. So I'd like to go back and kind of take a pass at getting that set up better. But yeah. Yeah, we're gonna, okay, so what we're gonna do. Wait a minute here. I don't know if we can do. Badger, ready? Almost, Badger. Maybe in an hour or two we'll go live. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're not there yet. Not there yet. Not that ready. Okay, I'm trying to think now to center this stuff up on screen, how we really want to do that, because ooh, actually, I think we've already got ourselves set up to do that. Okay, so match weight widget, we've got loading icon Y off, not Y, we don't care about that. Loading icon X offset ratio. So that is loading, okay, loading icon. Let's look at this. So for the X position, we do text end X plus config.matchWeight widget plus loading icon X offset ratio. Let's try this. Let's do hang on, how are we gonna do this here? So we have to go up here. We need to calculate first the width of the entire thing. Then that way we can divide it. Or not divide it. That way we can, well, divide it by 2 to find the half of that width. And then we can subtract that half from half of the screen width. So let's go. We've got the width of our text. We can already figure that out. Or we already kind of have that here. So the font size, okay, we need to do that. We can do this. Or we've got the text width. Then we want to add that to, we want to add into that. Actually, okay, we want to take message text width and then add in, we're going to call this widget width equals message text width plus, I think we can take we can go straight to the radius, or we can go straight to the position of the button. Yeah. So we can go straight to text and x plus config.matchWeight widget cancel button x offset ratio time. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. So we can do x offset. I guess we do const cancel. Whoa, cancel button x offset equals. We do this. Cancel button x offset, and we add that here, and then we do that down here. And then that should give us the width. Oh, then we need to add in the radius of the button. Cancel button, we would go up here, we do const cancel button r equals, and then this thing here, and we would pass down cancel button r, and we'd add that in to this cancel button r, and that should give us the width of the widget. That is the width of this thing from the start of the text to the edge, the outer edge of the button. So now we can divide that by 2. Well, we can do yeah, I kind of like putting that in a variable there called widget width. That explains it to me. So now we can do, get rid of this. We can do, instead of this 750, which I'll just keep for the time being, we do half of the screen minus half of the widget. So canvas wrapper dot half width minus message, or minus half of the widget width. Widget width divided by 2. All right, let's see if that worked. And yes. Yes. It worked, right? I think I'm... Yeah. All right. All right. I think we got it. I think we got it where we want it. So trash dev, yeah, that was a good idea. Centering it up. Oh yeah, our stat screen doesn't resize yet. Woot. Yes. So at some point it would be nice to maybe do something with kind of, you know, aspect ratios and maybe flipping things around once we get to, you know, narrow screens. And if you pull this up on mobile, while I don't really recommend you play it on mobile, you can, and it looks something like this kind of once you actually pull it up. So all right, I like it. So now I think we are pretty much good as far as that goes. We just need to actually create a proper, now this part, this will be fun. We just need to actually create a proper play button, because right now I've been, or for the multiplayer, because right now all I've been doing is using the O in Populus as a button, as the multiplayer button. Which isn't super good. We need to actually create a new like play button or practice. It'd be like play, practice, tutorial, I guess, maybe. Like, so now the current play button would become practice. Yeah, I think. All right. Quick bathroom break, then we'll be right back. Drop a quick BRB there in the chat. All right, we are back. All right, so we need like a new button. We need like a new menu button, main menu. Button or something like that. Let's take a look at our main menu code real quick here. See what we got. Menu. Match weight widget. Actually, I can move this back over here. There we go. Let me make sure. Let's go clean some stuff up. Okay, so before we jump into that main menu stuff. Don't need that. Okay. Okay. I think we were looking pretty good. Don't think we really need to clean anything else up in our config. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're good. We're good. We are using all of these, right? Yes. 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 Okay. Cool. Yes, yes, yes. And all that's good. This should be, these are being used. Nice. All right. Let's see. Is there something else? I kind of don't like calling this size screen. Like, let's just call this, what are we calling it on window resize? Let's just call this on window resize. Yeah, we'll just do that, and we'll do the same thing for the widget. That way we're just matching the name up a little more better there. Okay. I like it. All right. All right, everything's looking pretty good. Nice. Oh, one thing quick. Let's see about centering this up now. And this. Let's just do that real quick. Because I think it'll look a little bit better. All right, so that would be the match weight screen. So we need to do basically width. We need to do the width of the text and the ... Oh boy, this is going to be... All right, maybe not. Maybe we're not going to do that. Let me think about this real quick. All right, can we not? Okay, so we've got. The problem is, I think we can't quite figure out the position of this. Yeah, we can't figure that out until we run this setup sizes function. And we can't run the setup sizes function because we don't know the X and the Y position. So we've got a little bit of a catch-22 thing here, chicken or the egg issue with that. Because I can't figure out what the radius would be. Actually, I take that back. We kind of can figure that out. Because we can take... We can do this. We can do loading. Whoops. I don't know what I did. There we go. We can do loading icon. We can do const loading icon radius r, I guess. And we can do this. So that is the radius of one dot. Or I guess we'll do loading icon dot r equals that. So that's the radius of 1. And we have the space between. Which okay, we've got message text width plus then we have loading icon. So loading icon x offset, or x, maybe we just say x, equals this whole deal. And that would be this. All right, so we could say const, we could do, okay, so we need to do, we got the width of the text. We already know that. We just need to add the width of whatever this is into that. So what I think we can do is we can take that. We know the radius of what these are, well, what these bubbles are, or the little dots are. How many times will I say are? We know the radius of those when they're at their center point, whatever. So we take that. Actually, no, wait. We don't need that. We're not going to need the radius because that's not factored into the calculation. We take this plus there's the starting point of this. That's what that offset x is. Okay, so hang on a second here. That's let's do loading const loading icon offset x, and we're gonna do this, I guess, first. Okay, so that should be, that number there should be the distance from the edge. Yeah, that's the distance from the end of the text to where the center of this bubble is. That's that number in pixels. That's what this now is. Loading icon offset x. And then you add in the position of this plus the width of it to get exactly the pixel that you're supposed to have that first circle on, the first dot on. So we want to take, so we'll do this, and then we'll do const. Oh, do we need to do? Actually, wait a minute. We can probably just do this instead of this. I don't think we need that as a variable. So we can do text and loading width. Text and loading width is going to be, okay, so that's going to be the width of the text plus that offset x, whatever, that offset thing we just set up, plus one of these space betweens, plus two space betweens. Yes, the space between is the distance from this center to this center. So where do we get that? Okay, so x space between, we can throw this into a variable now too. So we are going to have const loading icon x space between. It's going to equal that. And we can just plug that in right here. Oh boy. And then, so text and loading width, we are going to do, ooh, wait, actually, we don't need this radius anymore. We do not care about that. Right? We just care about the text width, message, text dot, message text width. That's a variable up here. Message text width plus loading icon offset x plus, and then we need to have this number in our config. We need to have loading icon num dots, and that's going to be 3. That's what we need. And that's where we're going to get that 3 dots from. So we're going to do plus, we're going to do config dot loading icon dot num dots -1 times, okay, so that would give us 2 times loading icon x space between. Yeah, because we need that number of dots -1. Loading icon x space between. All right, that should be the text and loading width. We need to do that up here, actually. We need to do all of that first up here. And then we can do basically that. Let's see if that works. The way to really see. Yeah, that's it. Because before, all we need to do is just change this back to this. And then we could tell. Yeah, we can tell here that we're not offset properly anymore, right? We've got a little bit of white space here, but it's not factoring this into that. So now we have that. Whoops. And there we go. Yes, I think that looks better. We want to do the same thing for this. Width of the text and loading icon combined. Beautiful. Okay. So that's good. We want to do the same thing also for Trujaxi. When do you plan on put out the multi with ELO rating? Well, first thing, Trujaxi will just be like the multiplayer by itself, pretty much. It won't be too different than what we see right now with the game. I do need to figure out what we want to do for the UI in game still. So that's something I need to find an answer to the question. But basically, if we fire up two browsers here, we've got the multiplayer going. Maybe you saw this yesterday. I haven't pulled up two players yet today. But I need to have a way to show the players' score relative to one another. So that is going to be, yeah, I've seen that. Gotcha. Yeah, so we need to, obviously I've got a bunch of wacky things on here that I was kind of experimenting with different ways of representing the player's score. Or the players like, not score, but the players like position relative to one another, basically. So I kind of need to figure that out, and I think I'm going to end up probably doing something like we have, here, where, or like we have with this line in the middle. Well, actually, no. We probably have something where like we have a dot that represents you, and then there's like a red dot that the dot that represents you is in like the center of a vertical line or a horizontal line. And then there would be like a red dot that represents your opponent. And like if the red dot is to the right of you, that means your opponent's ahead of you by a certain amount of bubbles. If that red dot's to the left of you, that would mean you're ahead of the opponent. So I think we'll probably end up going with something pretty basic like that. And we'd have it right, well, because right now the way it works is we've got basically, there's a couple different things. So there's like a blue, right now, this is going to go away, but like the blue circle represents you, and then like as you pop bubbles, the red circle in the middle here is like shrinking. So like as I'm popping bubbles, it like snaps down to a smaller size. But then like, and then for the opponent, the red is growing. So like the smaller the red circle is, the more, you know, if it's smaller than half of the radius of this, then you know you're ahead of the opponent. There would need to be some clarification on that, but that's kind of the idea, to just have something that indicates whether how far ahead you are of your opponent or not. is kind of the idea. But I think we might just go with the simple like little line thing for right now. Just like a horizontal line. We'll add some animation to it so it doesn't just like jarringly snap. But yeah. All right. So nice. Okay. All right, so we want to line up. We just lined up the finding opponent thing, and it actually looks nicer. I feel like that sounds a little crazy, but we can tell now that this thing is pretty much dead lined up center here. Finding opponent, because that is pretty much touching and that is pretty much touching. It's not 100%, but because this thing's moving for one, or its radius, you know. So practice while you wait. This thing I also want to just center up to the 2/3 mark, which would just mean, actually I think that would pretty much mean, actually I don't know exactly what that would mean. But basically this text is centered up on the 2/3 line, but we need to like shift it over to factor in this bubble or this button. Oh, pro tip, you can also click the space bar to get around to the menus too. I added that in. It's like the space bar is also just the, also works for a mouse click. Because I thought, hey, it's kind of like you're popping bubbles, you know, everywhere you go inside of the menu. It's like popping a bubble kind of thing. So there's that. And I noticed, like TrueJaxi, in your video, you had like the dark mode was set up. So I don't know what I want to do to address that. Because basically the background works for the dark mode, the browser, because the browser just sits there and goes, oh, you have a white, because the background color for the canvas is white. So the dark mode setting of the browser has access to that. The dark mode setting of the browser doesn't have access to the colors. You can leave it. Well, it'd be cool to like, actually, I can't really control. Anyone who wants dark will download extension. Well, no, what I'm saying is it'd be nice. Well, in your case, you had dark mode, but then like the colors don't invert kind of thing. Like the colors of the bubbles don't really need to, but like the black text of Populus probably would need to be like white, you know, or whatever. Because basically like a browser can control basically the background color, but that's about it. It's not going to be able to control the colors of these bubbles and stuff. The buttons and basically anything on here, it's not going to be able to control. It could control the links, but that's it. The links and the background color. So, yeah. Yeah, it's gray background instead of white. Yeah. Yeah, so I kind of want to, I might play around with that myself and just kind of see if I can dial something in. Formalizing all the colors would be something I need to do as well. All right, anyway, let's try to get this centered up here. So practice while you wait. That text. So let's go with, there we go. All right. So practice while you wait is subtext, font, set size. Okay. Subtext width. All right, we got that. That's great. And then we need to, before we set the position X and the position Y, we need to do a couple things here. We need to do well, we've got the width of the text, and we've got, I guess we have the position of the button. So this is the radius. Hang on, where's the button? Set size and pose. Radius, X, Y, and font size. Okay. Here we go. So radius, X, Y, and font size. So the Y we don't need to touch. The X we do need to first figure out here. So we've got subtext dot width. Okay. All right. I got this. So we need to do this first. We're going to do, this is going to be const practice button offset X equals that. And then so now our const subtext and prac button width. We'll say it. Width of the subtext and practice button combined. So subtext and practice and prac button width equals subtext width. Wait a minute. Oh, practice button R. We need to move that up. We need to move this up here. Okay, so width of subtext and practice button combined. We've got subtext width plus practice button offset X plus practice button offset, or practice button R. All right, so that should be this. And then we just do canvas wrapper canvas 1.5. Yeah, so let's duplicate this, and we're going to take this instead, and we're going to do that for here. Let's see what we got. I think that looks a little better. I think that does. So just to make sure that we really truly are centered up, we could just change this to 2. And then we do this. That will tell us if we are dead center. So then we can go like this. And are we dead center? Oh, yeah, we are. Look at that. Practice while you wait just fits right in there perfectly. All right, so it's centered up on the screen. We don't want, well, actually, I kind of like this now. Now that I see this, practice while you wait. What were we doing? We're doing 1.5 here. Let's do the 1.5 and again and see. Finding opponent. Practice while you wait. Oh, whoa. What's going on with our resize there? What? Oh my goodness, I'm awful. Something's wrong. All right. So this guy's sitting here, finding opponent, waiting for opponent. We go here, we click here. Oh, no, we got to refresh. Go here. Finding opponent, opponent found. There we go, kicking him into the game. All right, I like it. I like it. Okay. Balauza, 78. Hey, I'm telling you, that's nothing. True Jaxie will blow that away. Impossible. No, True Jaxie, 78 for True Jaxie would be if he was blindfolded. Just kidding. I don't know about that. All right. This is working out pretty well, I think. It's working out pretty well. Actually, I kind of don't know. I kind of think, now that I was talking about the little indicator, the little opponent, what I've been calling the scoreboard. Whoops. That is this thing here, the colors here, also the score numbers up at the top there. I'm thinking we maybe... How many mistakes at 78? I had quite a few probably just then. 78 is pretty fast for me. The most I remember doing was 82. So that's 4 or less, I guess, than what I recall being my fastest. It's possible I've done more than that, like 84 maybe, but I don't know. Yesterday I did 92 with the 2 bubbles on screen just at once. So like I'm obviously faster with that. So I can like just hone in more on that, what's going on there. All right, actually, I am going to do the scoreboard thing. We're going for the scoreboard. So I'm going to think about the menu, how I want to do the menu. I don't really feel like dialing that in right now. I might do that off stream, actually. Actually creating a new separate button for us that'll be, and just kind of lining stuff up. I just really don't feel like doing it at this current moment. But I think it'll be a little fun to maybe create this new scoreboard thing now that I said it out loud. So we do have a class called scoreboard, and it's got a bunch of junk in it. And what I'm thinking we do is we have, let's see here. I'm going to keep this text. I'm going to keep these number text things here. But we're going to get rid of everything else pretty much. Move line. All right, we're going to keep that. let's get rid of a bunch of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of the rectangle. So that would be the rect, the line. I'm gonna keep the line actually here just for reference. We're get rid of this rectangle. We're gonna get rid of the circle. We're gonna get rid of these circles here. We are going to get rid of opponent score.text. You popped. Okay. Player score text, opponent score text. Yeah. Update player bubbles popped. Move line. All right, so this stuff. Rect bubble width 40. Okay, so I'm actually probably going to do some of this same stuff here. This is going away. Let's just get rid of all of this. All right, and then we're going to get rid of circle, big, everything except line right now, and the texts. Okay. All right, so let's try. Actually, I'm gonna do static create. We're gonna think ahead here. And we're gonna fit this up in the top. We're gonna fit this up in the top here, top part of the screen, I think. I think that makes the most sense right now. So we're gonna draw a line. How am I actually setting this stuff up here? Oh, we're doing it just all in the constructor. All right, we're gonna do line. We're gonna do this dot line equals line. We're not gonna call init on the line. We're gonna call, we're gonna do, let's see here, we're gonna do const scoreboard equals new scoreboard. We're gonna pass, we're gonna do const line equals new open path, line dot points equals that. We're gonna pass the line to the scoreboard. We are going to call, or we're gonna do line dot init. And we are going to do scoreboard dot init, and we're going to return the scoreboard. So I'm doing this a little more appropriately than the way I'd been doing it before. Laravel, hey, how's it going? Laravel, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. It's going well. It's going pretty well. Yes, we were working on my game Populus, which actually you can play right now. Put it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. That's Populus.gg. I spelled that right, didn't I? Populus. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a simple little dumb game. Where you basically you pop these bubbles. So you're at the main menu, you click play, you see some bubbles here in this main circle here. And you got to pop the bubbles as they appear in this position here, and then this will be the next one, and so on. So to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over the green one here, and then you press the space bar or click, and then the bubbles kind of slide up there on that side, and you just kind of keep going. And yeah, see how many you can pop in like 30 seconds. It's kind of the goal. And then when you're done, when the time's up, 30 seconds is up, you got, you see how many you popped and whatever, how many mistakes you made. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, I'm working on multiplayer right now. That's going to be kind of the next thing to go live. We're not ready to go live yet. But I am working right now on, basically it's going to be a one-on-one kind of multiplayer. So you'd go head-to-head with somebody popping the same bubbles. So if it might actually crash right now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Or it might work. Yeah, kind of worked. All right. So, yeah, basically each player is popping their own set of bubbles. And right now I'm trying to work on a little like user interface thing to say how many bubbles, kind of to show the amount of bubbles you have popped versus your opponent. Yeah, and basically like each player is popping their own separate copy of the same bubbles, so like they're all the same color and everything, but they're kind of popping them at their own speed. It's basically the deal. Oh, cannot read property destructive undefined. What are we not? Oh, the line. Yeah, okay. All right, we are almost having a line here. Let's do... Let's do something here. Let's see here. What am I looking for? I want to fix. First, we are going to fix this. We're gonna start using this static create method right away. So I think that would be the application. We have a scoreboard somewhere. Oh no, that's part of the match. The match. There we go. Match.create. Scoreboard, probably down at the bottom. Yes. Okay, so instead of scoreboard equals new scoreboard, we're gonna do scoreboard equals scoreboard.create, and we don't need to call init on that because it will be initialized inside of the create method. So there we go. That's all we needed to do. And I think, in theory, everything should be fine now. And I don't know what this line... I think we're going to draw just a random... Cannot read property pose of undefined. Scoreboard's 65. Okay, so we still got some problems. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, all right. So let's get a line going. We want to get a line going on screen here. I am going to do... Well, and so what I want to have is basically a line that goes across the screen here. It'll probably be as long as this is high. It'll be as wide as like the box here is high. So it'll be a line like up here, and then in the center there'll be like a black dot, a black circle, and then on top of that there'll be like a red circle, and the black circle will always be dead center of this vertical line. And then that red circle will represent the opponent. So like if the opponent's getting ahead of you, the red circle will be going this way up to that line. And then like the very end of the line would represent that the player is popped 20 bubbles or more ahead of you. And vice versa, the other end, it would be if the red is back here, it would represent that you are ahead of your opponent. And then somewhere along that line would be somewhere between 0 and 20 bubbles. You're 0 to 20 bubbles ahead of your opponent. And if you're more than 20 bubbles, then that red dot would be all the way at the back, basically. So let's do that. I think that's going to be the simplest kind of thing to have, and I think it'll look pretty good. So let's go. What do we have for scoreboard? Do we have a scoreboard section yet? Actually, I don't think we do. Okay, so let's get that kind of going. We're gonna go scoreboard. Whoa, 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 scoreboard. There we go. Did it work? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so we've got a scoreboard section in our configuration that we can start to plug some numbers in there. I'm going to keep the, I was saying this before, I'm going to keep like the side-by-side scores. Oh, we need to refresh the browser. There we go. So, I'm going to keep these score numbers up here for the time being. Eventually, we'll probably just get rid of those too, but I'll keep them up here for the time being. I just said that. For now. Okay, so the I guess we'll call this, let's call this line bubble width. The width of the line, I'm going to make that, I'm going to copy whatever our, we're going to go to the, let's go to match create, and we should have, oh, actually, wait a minute, the nav meter. Okay, now I need to go to nav meter create. So nav meter create, we should have nav meter height units, and we should have nav meter height pix. That's what I want. So we're going to take CLG nav meter height pix. We're going to divide that by canvas wrapper dot canvas dot or dot ctx dot canvas dot height. So this will give me the number of pixel, or the ratio of the height of our navigation meter, which is this thing here. The ratio of that divided by the height of the screen. So the pixel count of this divided by the pixel count of the entire screen. So we got that right here is 0.338. So that's good enough. I'm going to take 0.338. So we're going to go here and we're going to say width ratio, and we're going to say 0.338. That is perfect. So that's going to tell us how long to make our line, how wide to make our line, basically, that the opponent ball is going to track along. Width ratio. So let's go back to the scoreboard, and we're going to set up a line. We're going to set up a down here. This is what we're looking for. So we know the width of the line. So I guess that means our okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do, we can center up the line that way. So we can do const okay, hang on a second here. We do line dot points equals, so the first point is going to be x something. Well, x is going to be, we're going to do const, well, wait a minute here. We're going to do, here's what we're going to do. All right, I've got it figured out. We're going to do initial, we're going to make this setup so it scales nicely. We're going to do the same thing we did with the other stuff. So we're going to set up a line that, basically a line is 2 points. And I have a drawable object here, drawable entity called open path. And that basically just means any sort of line between paths. So it doesn't have to be a straight line. It's just some sort of connection of multiple points together. If you just have 2 points, you'll have a straight line. But if you've got more points, For example, an instance of open path is the trail behind the mouse cursor there. So like that's a bunch of points. It's like a bunch of previous points that the mouse cursor touched, and then it just connects those together and draws a line between them. So it's like a bunch of little individual straight lines from connecting all the points. So that is an instance of an open path. Basically, an open path meaning a path of dots that connect to each other that don't connect to form a complete circuit. So that's why we end up with that name, open path. So we can create our new line that's an open path, and we're going to initialize the point 0 and the point 1 of our line at x0, y0, x0, y0 for both. And then I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to do the kind of same thing we did on window resize. It's kind of the same thing we did with the match weight things, where we set up the nice dynamic resizing by wrapping all of the actual sizing logic into a function, and then we're going to pass that function out to the scoreboard, and then the scoreboard will call this on window resize every time we get a on window resize event. So actually we're going to set all that up right now. So we're going to have line, we're going to have on window resize. Whoa. We're going to do that. We are going to, I guess we can just do it right here. Window resized, and then we set up our event listener for that, and that's just going to be on window resize. That's all there is to it. Okay. So on window resize, this is where we're actually going to fill out so we kind of initialize stuff up here, but then inside of on window resize, we are going to actually fill out this data here. So we're going to take line.points 0.x, and we're going to make that. First, we need to calculate the width. So we're going to have const line width, and that is going to be equal to, we're going to do config dot, did it not auto import? Did it import now? Oh yeah, it did. Okay. No, it didn't. Yeah? Did it? No? I feel like I'm missing some stuff here. Oh, match. Config.match.scoreboard. All right, something screwy. Ooh, yeah, that is totally wrong. For whatever reason, VS Code decided to import the config file from like the server or something dumb like that. Okay. So where are we now? We go config. Actually, config. It shouldn't be under match. It should be Yeah, it should be right here. Scoreboard dot config dot scoreboard dot width ratio. So we're taking that. We're multiplying that by the canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Beautiful. And then we're going to take half. We're gonna. I guess we'll do half line width. We'll do half. We'll call this just half line width, and we're going to do that. We're going to divide the whole thing by 2. And then basically our point x is going to be canvas wrapper dot ctx dot. Oh no. This is going to be half the canvas. So we got half width, and then we're going to subtract canvas half line width. Right there. So that is going to be our point 0. And then our point y, our y coordinate is going to be line dot points, or this is, or wait a minute. We're just going to hard code a y position. So we're going to do, 30 pixels or 40 pixels right now. Let's just do 40. And we're going to do line dot points 1. So this is the other connection of our line, and that's going to be the x position of that is just going to equal line.points 0.x plus the width of the line. Ooh. Actually, okay, so never mind. We're going to do line width here. Then we're going to do line width divided by 2. And then we're going to do line width right here. And then the y position of our line dot points of our second point is also just going to be 40. All right, so in theory, we should actually have a line here now that works. We'll see. We'll see what we got here. All right, that is not the right width, but it looks like it's centered. And it scales almost. It almost scales. Oh, because we're using a hard-coded 30 pixels. All right. So, oh, I know what's going on here. Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is actually, this number here is actually the start of this to like the start of that, maybe. That's probably what that is. So we need to go back to our nav meter and kind of re-evaluate what's going on here. Actually, where is the hourglass? That might be a better place to look. The hourglass is the timer, not this timer. Not this. Let's close some of these files here. We don't need them anymore. Match. What happened to our match code? Here we go. Actually, no, let's look at hourglass. No, never mind. We're going to look at match. Where is the hourglass? Hourglass. I don't see it. Scoreboard, cursor, timer. No. Progress meter. Where is it? Is it this? Is this it? Really? Prog box? What? What happened to the hourglass? Thought we were doing hourglass. What in the world? What? Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Nav meter dot nav meter height pix. That's really weird. Hang on, let's take this here. We're gonna do this again. We're gonna do nav meter dot nav meter height pix. Height pix divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. We're going to do it again. 338. It's the same thing. 338. We literally nailed it exactly. What in the world? 0.338. And we're multiplying that by the height, right? I hope. Maybe we multiplied it by the width on accident. Where are we? We don't actually need those anymore. Scoreboard. No. Oh, that's the problem. Okay. Whoops, I left the divide by 2 on there. All right, so that's all it was. Just a stupid thing. Okay. All right, we don't need that. We don't need this anymore. Okay. Let's fire up both clients here. Yes. Go here and here. 2, 1. There we go. Now we got a much more better line, better sized line. So obviously the Y position of it, we need to figure out what we want. So actually we're not too far off with the 30. Actually we could figure this out exactly what this should be. So the size of this, I believe, is 70%. So this is like 15%. So half of 15% would be 7.5%. So the Y of that should be 0.075. Let's try that. So we're going to do const line Y equals 0.075. Yeah, so we're going to do width ratio, and then we've got y ratio, and we're going to say 0.075. And we're going to do config.scoreboard.y ratio. Whoops, times canvas wrapper .ctx.canvas.height. Sweet. So let's fire up 2 clients. Let's see what we got. There we go. Opponent found. Nice. All right. It is dead center now. Okay. And then it will scale and everything by magic. Why are we getting... What is up with this lag on here? That is not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. Oh my goodness. It's got to be Chrome. It's got to be a problem with Chrome. I can't blame myself there. Really can't. You know what? Yeah, it totally is Chrome, because Chrome, it's like totally screwing up, like even here, like on the main menu. Like, let's open a new tab. I bet you even our new tab. I don't know, it feels kind of messed up here. Let's do it again here. No, actually it is. It is something to do with the window. It's like very delayed. I mean, it still works fine, but like the end result is obviously fine. Like you move it to the target. It's just not smooth. It never was smooth to start. But I just have a hard time believing. What if we close the console? All right, that's better. So it's something with the console, I guess. Definitely didn't really notice it doing that. Wasn't being that bad before. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. All right. So. All right, so we've got a line exactly where we want it, and it resizes beautifully. Awesome. All right, so we're not quite done. We need to kind of have 2 circles that we add to this as well. So we're going to have const player circle. Oh, that's not how you do variables in JavaScript. IPR Zach D, what's going on? It's going pretty well. What's going on with you? I'll show you what we got done so far today. Whoops. So we've got kind of moved some stuff around. We've got a little animate. Whoops, I didn't want to do that quite yet. So we've got little animation going for when you're finding an opponent. So it's doing this. I don't know where we were at when you were here last. Snowman BRB. Did you create that or did someone else do that? Because someone else was throwing the snowman. Or is that just one of the ones you can modify? You just throw the snowman on top of there. Unlocked it. How come I don't have it? All right. Modify with points. Oh, so someone, yeah, I forget who else did the same thing yesterday it was, I think. They put the snowman on, so I guess you just throw the snowman on top of the toilet. Kind of works, actually. But yeah, when we're sitting here at the finding opponent screen, we got a little animation now with those bubbles, those little dots. And then we got practice while you wait. I just wanted something that was moving to kind of indicate like, oh, it's doing something, like it's loading. Really don't care about making it absolutely perfect. Like this is going to be good enough for now. So then you click the button to practice while you wait. And now you've got it up here at the top, finding opponent. And it's just kind of always there, and you can cancel if you want, which I don't know about having that small button there, but whatever. Yeah. So right now I'm trying to dial in our new little scoreboard. Because I was gonna start working on the actual button at the main menu, but I don't feel like doing that right now. I'm probably gonna do that off stream and just kind of play around with some designs and come up with something better. So far, I think I've done every main menu, every actual final layout of the main menu I have done off stream, because I've just like, it's not fun to like sit there and line things up and think about it on stream. Any progress on game sounds? Not yet, but I've got some ideas. Yeah, I was thinking it'd be cool to have like the faster you move the mouse, like have like some sort of like little ticking or something, like, you know, and then like it really ramps up when you move it really fast kind of thing. That would be cool. Having a really good mistake sound would be good. And I need to kind of figure out maybe a better like error mistake indicator. Yeah. But for sure, we need some like satisfying sounds for when you actually pop the bubble. And I would like the animation. I don't know. I wish the animations were better too for this. I need to come up with something better for the actual bubble pop too. And we need some sick background tracks. Yeah, we got to have some sort of upbeat music, you know? I'll have to just record some video and play it back and dial in a tempo that feels good and just try to riff on top of that. Try to come up with something sick. All right. So we need a little circle. That's what we need. Well, okay. So we've got, for when we actually fire up a competitive game here now, we've got a little line. We've got the start. We've got our line here. And I don't know if I like the position of it yet, but I think it'll be good enough for now. And it scales right now, so that's good. But we want to have like a circle in the middle, maybe not a filled in circle, or maybe actually a smaller filled in circle. Yes, actually, I think that's what we want. We want like a smaller filled in circle there, and then we want like a bigger filled in red circle. A bigger filled in red circle. And then that red circle would represent your opponent. So like, whoops. That's what I think we should have. So you go here, you go here. There'd be a black little circle in the middle that's filled in that represents you. And there'd be like a bigger red circle that represents your opponent. And then if your opponent's ahead, you see the red circle moving this way. Or if you're ahead, you would see the red circle over on this half of the line. But if they're right neck and neck with you, then you would see them right in line with you, with your little black dot. And then basically this line would represent, you know, if the red was all the way up here, it would mean your opponent is 20 bubbles or more ahead of you. And vice versa. You could be 20 bubbles ahead of your opponent. So it would give you some sort of accuracy within 20 bubbles ahead or behind, within 40 bubbles. So 40 bubbles of kind of precision to see how close your opponent is to you or not. Yeah, so let's do it. Let's do it. All right, so we need a circle, and we're gonna make that the player circle. So I'm gonna say const player circle, and it's gonna be equal to a new circle. That simple. And okay, so we need to we need to pass some parameters here to the new circle. One of which, actually, color we'll leave that blank, and that'll be black by default. So we need like a radius for this. So it's going to be an R, and then it's going to be 10. Man, I'm having some deja vu doing this because I already did something very similar to this already with the scoreboard. And then, okay, so then in our resize function here, we are going to, well, we need to do R. Oh, whoops, this is not right. It needs to be size, and that's going to be an object that is this, and it's going to be just 5 pixels for right now. And then we're going to have a pose, which is going to be an x0 and a y0 right now. And then inside of our on-window resize, we're actually going to set the x and the y. So we're going to do player circle dot pose dot x equals, and it's going to equal halfway up the line. So it's going to be line dot points 0 dot x plus line width. All right, and we're going to need, let's say the line is going to need a z index of, z index of 0. We'll do a z index of 0. Then we're going to do a z index of 2 for our player circle. So this will be z index 2. And then we're going to have the opponent circle. That'll be z index of 1 because we want that one ahead of on top of the line but underneath the player circle. Okay, so player circle.pose.x. Or we could, I guess we could do it the other way around. Maybe we could do the opponent circle is smaller. I don't know. Let's try it this way and see what it looks like. So we're gonna do the x plus line width. I guess we'll calculate this. We'll do const line width half, and we're gonna do line width divided by 2. Then we are going to use this here, and there, and we're going to use it there. All right. So that's the x, and then the y is going to be line y. So player circle dot pose dot y is just going to equal line y. Brilliant. So let's check it out. Fire up 2 clients, see what we got. Nothing. Oh, we need to call init on that circle. That would help. So line.init, and we're going to do player circle.init. And actually, we'll pass it here. We'll do line. We're going to do player circle. And yes, okay. So we'll do that up here. Player circle. We're going to do this dot line equals line. This dot player circle equals player circle. And I'm going to just make sure we destruct it here. So destruct line.destruct this dot player circle dot destruct. Okay, let's see what we got now. So we should have a black line or black circle on top of that line. There we go. That's maybe too small. And again, I'm just, actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's roll with that size for right now. Yeah, Zach. Trujaxi posted video on the Discord of him getting over 100. Well, you had the video of 101, 105, and then now there's a section on the Discord under Populus for high score sharing. And you set you did a 108 on that one, didn't you, Trujaxi? That's crazy. Trujaxi, Trujax. I keep saying Z, but that's not your name. It's Trujax. Trujaxki. Wait, I missed the end there. 108, 4 mistakes. That is crazy. That's ridiculous. I love it. I love it. All right. Oh, I work in the film industry. Everything can be faked. Nice. Trujaxi. 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 I kept saying Z before. Ski. Trujaxi. 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 Yeah, I got it. Trujaxi. All right. Okay. All right, so I think we're good here. We want to have a red circle that's like slightly bigger. So actually, I kind of like the size relative to this. Let's dial this in right now. So I'm gonna keep this black dot on here. The screen sizes are like slightly different here, but the black dot is the same size on both because it's like 5 pixels or something. 5 pixel radius. Yeah, 5 pixel radius. So I'm gonna do 5. I'm gonna CLG 5 divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. It's kind of Polish, so it could be hard, but no problem. No worries. I'll get better at it. Trujaxi. All right, so we got 0.008, sorry. 0.008, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do scoreboard, player. Okay, so this will be player, circle, R ratio, 0.008. So then for this, we go in here, we set 0, and then down in the window resize, we do player circle dot size dot R is going to equal config dot player circle config dot scoreboard dot player circle R ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Wow, I haven't done this about 1,000 times today, have I? There we go. There we go. Boom, boom. 3, 2, 1. All right, and then if we resize, yeah, now we can see there's that one's like slightly bigger now. So now the radius of that little dot is changing. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Yes. Okay, so now we need a red circle that's like slightly bigger. I guess slightly bigger would be, I don't know about double, maybe double. Let's do a double the radius of that. So we'll do, I guess we'll do player circle R ratio times 2. All right, so we need to create a now red opponent circle. So we'll do that here. We'll do const op circle equals new circle. Let's do opponent circle just to be clear. So we got an opponent circle. It's got a size, radius of 0. It's got a position, x equals 0, y equals 0. We're just doing everything that way. And then this will have a z-index of 1, because this is going to be underneath. It's going to be bigger, but it's going to be underneath the player circle. And then let's do opponent circle dot init down here, and let's pass it out. Pass it out to the scoreboard object. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so up here. Okay. This dot equals that. All right. Okay. So this should be kind of good. Let's actually player circle, opponent circle, line. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, let's put opponent circle here. So we're going to do opponent circle dot size dot r is going to equal well, okay, fine. We'll slide this down here. There we go. All right, so we've got opponent circle dot size dot r is going to be the player circle dot size dot r times 2. Just double the radius there of that. Opponent circle dot size dot r is going to be player circle dot size dot r times 2. Who would have thought it could have been that easy? Opponent circle dot pose dot x is going to equal the same thing. Same thing here. Same as player circle dot pose dot x. There we go. Yes. And then the y is also the same as the line. Yeah, dot pose dot y is going to be the same as line y. Brilliant. Let's try it out. Let's see what we got. So we're doing this. We're doing this. And 3, 2, 1. Okay. Something didn't. Oh, it's another black one. Okay, so the color's black. I forgot to set the color. So let's set the color. I want it to be red, but let's make it the red. Let's make it the same red that the Populus logo is. Let's do that. Oh, and we're not destructing that. Look at that. This mean black circle is staring at us at the main menu. Okay. Okay, so we need to call destruct on that. So we are properly, yeah, we're properly passing it in there. Okay, so down here, whoa, this dot opponent circle dot destruct. Awesome. Okay, and we need a color. So let's go to the main menu here and copy that red color. Where is that title button? Title button right here. We're gonna go match. Is this where I want to be? No, scoreboard. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. All right, opponent circle, and then we're gonna do a color. Whoa, 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 whoa! New color. Beautiful. All right, so this should do the trick. And 3, 2, 1. All right, I don't like that. I don't like it at all. All right, we're gonna do the opposite. We're gonna do the black one. We're gonna make the black one the bigger one. All right, so the black one is gonna be. All right, how do we want to do this? The black one will be 0.16. That's what we're going to do. Player circle ratio is going to be 0.16. And then this one is going to be that times 0.75, actually. I'm going to go the opposite direction here. We got to switch the z indexes around. This will be 1, and this will be 2. All right, so this should do the trick. Red dot with black outside. Yes, exactly. All right, that's what I just did. Trujaski. Do you pronounce the C? Is it Jackski or just Jasky? Trujaski. Okay. All right, so we got it now. I didn't want to end yet. Ooh, I don't like the flicker there. We got to fix that. We got to have like a little timer delay or something. So now the red circle here will move, and the black one will stay fixed. It's like as I pop, it doesn't happen right now yet. We got to actually do it. But then the red circle is going to move. If you're ahead, the red circle will be moving this way. If you're behind, the red circle will be somewhere ahead of you. All right, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Can't say it. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Got the toilets. All right, we got the Google.
Trujączkę. 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 Trujączkę.
Sounds like there's an M in there.
Trujączkę.
That's Polish. Trujam. It sounds like an M. Trujamskie. Or is it just the bad compression of that voice? All right. Trujakske. Trujakske. I don't know really. Trujakski. Yeah, I guess the J, I should have known the J would have been silent, or a Y sound. Yeah. Trujakski. 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 I like Trujakski. Trujakski. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what I'm going to say, if that works. It's better than Trujakski. 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 Okay. All right. Okay, we need to actually move the opponent circle now. That's the important part. So let's do, well, we already have actually a little method set up called move line. And I'm going to actually change that. Update player. Bubbles popped. What calls this? Hang on. Let's look at this quick. Update player bubbles popped. What calls update player bubbles popped? Oh, it's doing whole word match there. Match. Update player bubbles popped. Update player bubbles popped. Okay, so we're calling it from the match. I kind of remember that now. Okay, so that's fine. Instead of move line, because that was an old name, or the name from the way I had it going originally, let's switch this to update. We'll just call it update, underscore update. So we're going to find underscore move line, and we're going to replace it with underscore update. I'm just doing underscores because it's like an internal method that's not actually called by anything else. Underscore doesn't mean anything in a variable name. But I believe typically it's used to say like nothing other than like the object itself will be calling this method, kind of like a private member kind of thing. So yeah, because like there's a couple event listeners here that do something and then need to this update needs to run. So the update is where all the magic will happen with moving the opponent bubble around. Or we're gonna need an animation. We're gonna need an animation as well. So let's get it working without the animation, and then we'll start looking at the animation. I think I can get it all done before we're done with the stream here. Before we're done for the day. We've been going 6 hours. We'll probably go another. We'll see if we can get done in another 30 minutes here or so. Maybe another hour. I don't know. Kind of depends. Okay. Line bubble width. What is that? Oh, yes. That's the number. Ooh, we should move that to. Let's move this to the config file now, since we've already got a config file. So this is just the number of bubbles that are represented by the line, if that makes sense. So let's go to scoreboard. Yeah, let's go down here. We're going to say line bubble. Not width. Line bubble. I don't know why I came up with the word width. Line bubble scale. I guess scale works. I guess scale works. 40 bubbles in that one is going to be represented in that line there. So, okay, so we don't need that anymore. So we'll say, let's see. Okay, so we've got player score text minus opponent score text. Hang on, I'll be right back in a minute here. All right. I'm back. But I think I'm going to wrap things up right now. Actually, I know we were going to try to finish this, but we'll dial this in. We'll dial this in later. I know we were so close. We were so close. But yeah, kind of quick to recap this whole stream. What have we been going? 6 hours. We we finished up our little loading animation, finding opponent animation. It's looking pretty good. And we ended up with just centering the text here. We got these text things and this thing all centered up properly. Kind of like that and that. We can see those are all nicely centered up along the width of the screen there. And then we got our little finding match widget thing a little more formalized, and it looks a little nicer. And it also has the little loading ... there, which I think just makes it nice that you can kind of see like, oh yeah, I am still waiting in a match. I think it's just a nice little user experience kind of thing. And it's not exactly what I foresee being like our finalized kind of thing at all. Who knows? None of this stuff that we see here is probably really going to be finalized. But it's all looking pretty good for right now, and especially for our first live multiplayer version. So what we also just started working on was I think we need to refresh both of these now. There we go. We just started working on our little new player indicator, right? So the red circle here is going to represent the opponent's score. So like as you start pulling ahead of your opponent, the red circle will start to slide back, and the black circle will always be that little black outline. It's really a red circle drawn on top of a bigger black circle right now. So as you pop more bubbles, the red circle will go back. But whoever's in the lead, so if you're in the lead, the red circle will be this way of the line, will be left of the black circle in the center, and vice versa if your opponent is ahead. And then the ends of the line will represent 20 bubbles. So if the opponent's 20 bubbles or more ahead of you, then you'll just see the red dot all the way on the far right edge of the line. And vice versa, if you're ahead 20 bubbles, the red dot will be in the back. And we can play around with that number. We can make it 30 bubbles or whatever in either direction. But yeah, we got some good stuff done today. It was a lot of like UI, user interface, laying things out, and that's not always the most fun. Especially when all of this is kind of my own engine and everything, and it's just not super easy to lay things out. I mean, it works, but it's a little bit of an annoyance. There's not a lot of things done automatically for you. But we did take advantage of, and I'm happy we took advantage of the new idea of like having a function to resize our stuff, to size it initially and then resize it. So now like our line and ball and everything up here, we just dialed those in, have those resizing immediately, which is really nice. So that is cool. All right. So yeah, I think that's going to be it for now. I'll plug the Discord again real quick. Your Discord server, you can join it if you want. Trying to put some stuff on there. There's a new little section we just created today. That's sharing, high score sharing under the Populus category there. And Truyaksky is already posting some insane high scores, which is awesome. And yeah, so I'd like to try to be updating the Discord more and getting kind of more better information in there. I'd like to have like a little post-stream wrap-up thing in there just to kind of talk about the progress we made after each stream. So that'll probably start at some point. But yeah, for now, IPR Zach D, have a good night. Hey, you have a good night. Actually, it's not night where you are. It's like lunchtime. No, I'm just kidding. Not that early. Yeah. Not after long though. You're gonna be back in. Be back in Central Standard Time before you know it. Truyaxie, good night. Yeah, it's got to be late for you, Truyaxie. Yep, Feb 8th. Wow, that's coming up fast. 2300. Woo. Actually, 2300 is not that late. 23 o'clock. All right. Well, yes. Just quick plug on the stream schedule. I normally stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I usually will do like a Thursday night stream. I'll try to do like a Thursday night stream or maybe a weekend stream. That's not going to happen this week. Thursday night is Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. So no extra streams this week. It's going to be Christmas and a bunch of stuff, but we'll be back here on the 28th. That is next Monday. And, yeah, I mean, basically my stream schedule is pretty much uninterrupted, even with the holidays, which is kind of nice. So, Balauzas, throwing some Santas in there. Yep. It's the most wonderful time of the year. So, hope everybody has a nice week, nice weekend, nice long Christmas weekend. I love it when Christmas falls on a Friday. Can't really beat that. So, yes, Merry Christmas, snowman, toilets, Santa Clauses. It's great. Yeah, we got a few viewers here, so let's maybe drop a hot raid on someone. Hopefully, I don't know, sometimes we can never find anybody. Oh, no. Oh. Indie Horror Dev is live, but I don't know if... And he raided yesterday. Well, I assume Indie Horror Dev is a guy, but I guess I don't know. Hang on. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
There's bitter days ahead.
Dangerous being prophet during times of upheaval.
Soon he'll destroy all who stand against him. The dog.
Let's just see what else we got in the, where's the science and technology?
Must make your stand.
Stephen Wolfram's streaming. It's pretty cool. Oh, we got Fanks Games streaming. Nice. We'll drop the raid over on Fanks, because I think Fanks has raided me. Fanks is also doing an MMO, very similar to Retro MMO. What's the name of... I can't remember the name of his game. Ether Stream or something like that? Ether... Something crazy. All right. Balauzas, I'm from LTU. Lithuania, right? That's who I was trying to remember was from Lithuania. I was thinking there was someone else. I was like, I know somebody's from Lithuania. I couldn't remember who. All right, well, I think we're gonna drop the raid on Fanks Games here. So, how do I raid again? Am I not even following Fanks Games? I guess not.
Oh, I'm in 1024.
That's weird. I thought I was. Okay, let's... Yeah, okay. Raid. There we go. Thanks, games. All right. All right, we are queuing up the raid. Okay. Everyone, we'll catch you later. Thanks again. You guys are awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Next Monday. Everybody have a Merry Christmas.